Silver medal in the men's discus, F35-36 going to Greece. It's Georgios Vagianopoulos.
Giorgio, congratulations. Absolutely fantastic.
Congratulations, says the official trim. He did absolutely fantastically. Puts the medal around his neck. Get a Lyon on the line as well. And some Greek fans in the crowd giving him warm applause as well. Gold medal in the men's discus, F35-36. He threw a world record. From Germany, Sebastian Dietz.
That's fantastic. I didn't realise it was a world record as well.
And Craven just saying to him, fantastic, I didn't realise it was a world record. Should have been listening to Paralympic Sport TV commentary for him. But he was probably quite busy as the president, I imagine. I don't know what a president does to championships like this, but I imagine he has to smile at a lot of people and have very high-level meetings and generally be in charge. It's a great job.
Hello,
Craven.
Good luck for you. For the gold medal. Very good.
Stadium being invited, if they are able, to be upstanding for the world record holder and Paralympic champion from Germany, Sebastian Dietz, and here's his song.
Faded out towards the end at the medal ceremony. The men's discus. I must apologise to those of you watching in some parts of the world who have not been able to watch the first half hours of action with us. There was one gold medal event which has already been decided this afternoon. Matthias Mester of Germany won the men's javelin. We've had semi-finals of the women's 800 metres T53, which were won by Amanda McGrory of the USA and Zhu Hongshan of China. And the women's 800 T54 won by Edith Wolf of Switzerland and Tatjana McFadden of the United States. That's all that's happened so far. You've not missed anything else. You'll be able to catch up with them on YouTube later in the afternoon. So we're sorry we haven't been able, for some of you in some parts of the world, been able to give you any live action so far, but that has obviously now changed because you can hear what we're saying, those of you who are able to join us live.
So the javelin for athletes of short stature has finished. We've got plenty more track action to come. In fact, some fantastic track action coming up. We're going to see Hannah Cockcroft of Great Britain in action shortly. She's going for the double-double. She was the 100 and 200 champion in Christchurch for the T34. She also holds the world record. Can she do the double-double here? Hannah Cockcroft of Great Britain. So let's have a look here then. Canada in 1, Rachel Burrows, Kristen Messer of the States in 2, Amy Siemens in 3, Hannah Cockcroft in 4, Rosemary Little in 5, Rankin Desiree, Melissa Nichols and Haruka Kitara. So that's Rachel Burrows we just saw of Canada. Personal best of 28.9, that's Kristen Messer of the United States, 21.24 her personal best. Lane 3, this will be a strong competitor. Amy Siemens of the Netherlands. Personal best of 18:89. She's the only one of these ladies, apart from Hannah Cockcroft, that's been under 19 seconds. Reigning Paralympic and world champion. She did the double-double in Christchurch. Can she do the double-double here? Hannah Cockcroft. Her personal best, 17:54. This is Rosemary Little of Australia. 19:23, her personal best. Another Dutch girl in this, Desiree Vranken. 19:85, her personal best. Here's another Brit, Melissa Nichols. She could almost be my sister. I have a sister who's Mel Nicholas. It's Melanie, not Melissa, and it's Nicholas, not Nichols, so she couldn't actually be my sister. I don't know what I'm talking about. Haruka Katara of Japan in lane 8 with a personal best of 20.86. So, T34, 100 metres. Hannah Cockcroft going for the double here for Great Britain. She's in lane 4. It's the girls either side of her, particularly Siemens of the Netherlands, to look out for. And away they go, and Hannah Cockcroft is away extremely well. Siemens of the Netherlands a little bit slower. Cockcroft going away extremely well. It's the Japanese lady who's going well as well. It's Katara, but Hannah Cockcroft absolutely storming away. It's Cockcroft storming away from Siemens. Hannah Cockcroft's going to win it. She's going to do the double-double. 17:87, 17:87. It's a championship record for Hannah Cockcroft of Great Britain. Fantastic performance from Hannah Cockcroft. It's been rounded up actually to 17:88. The Star Wars music tells you it's a record. Siemens of the Netherlands, 19:15 to get the silver. And Rosemary Little of Australia gets the bronze. Vranken just out of it. The other Brit, Nichols, in 5th place. Katara of Japan in 6th. But Hannah Cockcroft is the double world champion. 17:54, her personal best. She couldn't beat that. She's done 17:88. It is a championship record. Dutch girl inside her set a season's best of 19:15. And Rosemary Little, 19:93. So a championship record for Hannah Cockcroft. What a brilliant athlete. What a fantastic day for her. So, championship record for Hannah Cockcroft, 17:88. Amy Siemens, 19:15. Then it's Rosemary Little getting the bronze. And then it was Vranken, Nichols, Katara, Burrows and Messer. All of them T34 apart from Messer, who is in the more impaired category of T33. So she did well to make the funnel.
Now let's join for the first time today the women's shot put. It's the F37 final, and this is Myra Cohen of Venezuela, who's down in 7th place at the moment. And they've absolutely whizzed through some of the field events so far. Mi Na is leading for China, championship record 11.72, which really shouldn't be a surprise as she holds both the world and championship records and is the reigning Paralympic Games and world champion. So 8:08 doesn't improve, stays in 7th place. And again, very sorry if it's been very frustrating for you for the last half hour. The first half hour, if you were trying to pick up coverage live online, it simply wasn't there. But at least you weren't talking for half an hour with nobody hearing you. Mi Na leads. Berna, 2nd place for the Czech Republic. She is a multi-medalist herself. Tiger Cantane we'll see next for Latvia in 6th place. She's dyed her hair the perfect national shade of red. 9:22 her best, has her in 6th place. Realistically needs to improve by a metre. That is her personal best, bang on 10:01. Send her up a couple of places. That is quite close enough to 10 meters. Again, around 9:50, so she might just have overtaken Beverly Jones of Great Britain, who's in 5th place.
Do sometimes in championships have people dye their hair. I remember in football competitions seeing whole teams shave their hair or all have it dyed the same colour, usually something to do with the colour of the country.
Romania did it at, I think it was the 98 World Cup, as a protest. They all dye their hair bright yellow.
Yes, I remember that, but I can't remember what the protest was for.
9:37 puts them up into 6th place.
Remember what the protest was for?
I don't remember it. I don't remember it all, but I remember somebody who commentated on that match, a commentator called Ger Canning from my neck of the woods, who had to commentate on that game, and quite a bit of the Romanian squad were obscure enough as it was without all of them dyeing their hair blonde.
Yes, that is a nightmare for a commentator. What you want is someone wearing glasses or having a moustache or having different colour hair or being bald. But if they've all got yellow hair, then that would be a nightmare.
Men's 100 metres T36. This features the world record holder, set yesterday, London 2012 champion, the reigning world champion, the champion from Beijing, all in this race. This could be very fast indeed. For Malaysia, set his personal best yesterday, Mohamed Matlazin. In 2 for Colombia, Juan Moreno Marquez, also a personal best yesterday. Roman Pavlik, the Beijing champion, London 2012 champion over 200 in long jump, and many more besides. Roman Pavlik for Ukraine. Ben Rushgrove for Britain, silver in the last World Championships in Christchurch and in Beijing in 2008. World record yesterday. Champion in London for Russia, Evgeny Shvedkov. Surely the man to beat. Or maybe that'll be the outgoing world champion from Hong Kong, China, So Wai, who's been winning major medals in this event since Athens 2004. He's the world champion. This is Graham Ballard, who had the world record going into yesterday. Silver medalist, London 2012, and he'll be competing in London in the special Paralympic event, Paris Sports event, next Sunday, the anniversary games. Marcin Milczarek of Poland is in lane 8, and if he gets a medal, he will be doing very, very well indeed. This could be very fast indeed. World record set yesterday, 11:92. It's Matlazin, Malaysia 1, Moreno Marquez of Colombia in 2, Pavlik, Ukraine 3, Rushgrove, Britain 4, Shvedkov, Russia 5, So Wai, Hong Kong 6, Ballard, Britain 7, Milczarek of Poland in lane 8. Ben Rushgrove is as British as they come. Matlazin, Moreno Marquez, Pavlik, Rushgrove, Shvedkov, So Wai, Ballard and Milczarek. And they're away first time. Pavlik's got brilliantly up in 3. Shvedkov also in 5. Ballard in 7. This is going to be very fast. Shvedkov ahead of the rest. Shvedkov's going to win it ahead of Pavlik. Shvedkov 11:9.1. New world record by 100th of a second. And Shvedkov so impressive. Pavlik for me took 2nd place, and Ballard might just have been 3rd. 11:9.1 unofficial, and he's done it again. 2 world records in 24 hours, and he is the best in the world. It's been rounded down to 11.90, and that was fantastic for Shvedkov. Pavlik 2nd, Ballard 3rd, and he was right away out of the blocks. Ballard came very good, but Shvedkov, look at him go. Pavlik had the best done undeniably, but Shvedkov, once he got going, definitely would not be denied. Ran right towards the line. He had his vision firmly on that line and on the clock, and Shvedkov is the champion. 11.90. is the new world record for the T36 100 metres. A great triumph. Hannah Cockcroft winning the T34 Women's a few moments ago, and Svetkov, my word, didn't he come good. Well, that was a tremendous win. Really raises the bar. Svetkov with a world record 11.90. Pavlik second, 12.4. Ballard third, with So YY in fourth place.
An extraordinary run from Svetkov, because Graham Ballard is a very, very quick runner, and Svetkov came past him like he wasn't there. Ballard off to an absolute flyer there. Let's see how Mina is getting on in the China. Well, a no throw.
Still leads, does Mina. 11.72, the championship record. She's won all the major titles lately at both Paralympic Games and IPC Athletics World Championships.
So let's have a look at the Latvian, who's going to start the last round of throws. At the moment, it's Latvia with Lina Grutsit in 8th. Then it's Cohen of Venezuela in 7th, Cantain of Latvia in 6th, Jones of Great Britain in 5th. I'll just see how she gets on here. It's a good throw. She gets a white flag. It's Yasevich of Ukraine 4th. And the medal positions at the moment, it's Shirley Coelho in bronze at the moment, Eva Berner of the Czech Republic in silver, and Mina of China in the gold position. And Lyon Grutsit of Latvia walked out the front there to make it a no throw. She just stands there, you see, and if she decides, don't bother to measure that, she just puts her foot up there, and the judges know they don't have to bother to measure it because she knows that it's not going to be better than the one before. So her best throw is 7.43. That means she will finish in 8th place in the competition. This is from Venezuela, Yamera Cohen. These are all F37 competitors. Her best throw so far was the season's best throw, and that was 8.53, her second throw. This is her last one. Can she move up from 7th position? She would need to go above 9.37. No, it's worse, it's 7.93, so Yamera Cohen will finish 7th. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening in that, because it's the last round of throws. It's going to be Mina of China, the last person to throw in that. She's in the gold medal position at the moment, but we've got another one of those medal ceremonies happening.
Yes, this is the men's discus. F51, 52, 53 was the first event of the day and the last event of the day. And I ought to tell you, by the way, we saw Amit Kumar throwing of India, and as we were leaving the stadium at lunchtime, it was decided that Kumar would have his 3 throws again. We couldn't show them to you live because satellite bookings and so on. He finished 6th anyhow, which was actually a disimprovement on the 5th from his original attempts. Agas Apinis, world record 21.06 in his category, with the bronze medal for Latvia. And what happened with Amit Kumar was that he changed his chair halfway through the competition, which isn't allowed. A review of the rules after, it was decreed that he would have to throw again, but we were off air by that stage, and it did not affect the medals.
We were halfway to the canteen by the time that happened, and it's very hard to turn us round. But there was also satellite bookings. We would like to stress, in case anyone who's paying our wages might be listening.
Mohamed Shamshami of Tunisia getting the silver medal, a personal best 12.62.
Gives us a nice thumbs up.
And the winner from Algeria is Mohamed Berahal. World record throw in his category, 13.16.
I think I'm right in saying this is the first time we'll hear the Algerian anthem here. Can't remember it. It's not one of my favourites. It's not one that I know all the words to. see what sort of tune it is in just a moment when Mohamed's got his medal. Nice smile from the gold medalist.
7th medal of the Games for Algeria.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de l'Algérie.
Probably about the third time we've heard that, actually. Quick glance at some statistics during that reveal. That's the 3rd gold for Algeria.
So Barakal, Semsemi and Apanis, the 1, 2, 3 in that.
Coming up very shortly on the track, we're going to have some women's 400 metres T36 action. Castillo of Cuba going in that one against Mogachea of Russia. Santos of Brazil in action as well. The ladies just at the moment taking their tracksuits off, getting ready on the blocks. But before we can start that 400 metres, the T46, we've got another medal ceremony.
Yes, this will be for the F20 shot put. Another event from earlier today, and another event in which Malaysia did well in.
The F20 category, this is for athletes with an intellectual impairment, and they were shot putting earlier this morning. They'll have their medal ceremony. And then the T46 400 metres for women, this is for athletes with an impairment of the arm, typically an amputation. That will be the next event on the track after this shot put medal ceremony.
Yes, the F20s and T20s were only brought back 2 years ago. Basically, it was put out of commission after a little bit of naughtiness from a Spanish basketball team at Sydney 2000 when it was discovered that most of the squad had no impairments whatsoever and they were merely pretending. So it's come back, and we have glory for Malaysia here, and for Australia, Todd Hodgins getting the bronze medal.
And our director in the truck, who is Spanish, is hanging his head in shame at this embarrassment. He's a very splendid fellow, is Manu, tells us very interesting things in our ears. Ticks us off if we pronounce the Spanish names badly.
It's good to have a good spotter.
But he's more than just a spotter, is Manu. Man's a statistics legend.
Jeffrey Eig of Sweden, season's best, 12.28. Means he takes the silver medal.
I keep thinking if I keep being nice to Manu on air, then he'll keep feeding me interesting things in my ear, so I can sound even better.
Strong wheelchair athletes also. They'll be high up in the medal table too. Edith Wolf getting the bronze medal. It's actually a really good tight finish in the end. Dramatic final. It's a bunch finish. And there was only 5 seconds dividing the 10 finalists.
And I think Edith Wolf, very good competitor, I think she gets closer to McFadden on the shorter distances. And we might see it. See, McFadden at the moment is going for 6 golds. And I just wonder if on the shorter of all of the distances, Wolf will beat her. We shall see.
Well, Shah gets the silver medal.
gold medalist Tatiana McFadden going for 6 gold medals, as is Marcel Hoog. It's a bit of a competition between them to see who can win the most. They're both going for 6 at the moment. They've both got 2. Who will be the king or queen of the games? Will it be Queen Tatiana or King Marcel? Will it be the Beast or the Silver Bullet? Huggy Bear, as some people call him. She's known as the Beast. Born in Russia, adopted by American parents, taken back to Maryland, and her and her sister both doing very well.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national des États-Unis.
Here's the Stars and Stripes for Tatiana McFadden. Sight over the next few days. The American for Tatiana McFadden, winner of the women's 5,000 metres in a great competition where she beat a couple of Swiss misses, Manuela Scher and Edith Wolf. Who's afraid of Edith Wolf? Well, Tatiana McFadden might be in some of the shorter distances. As soon as these are off the track, we will be going to some track action, the men's 800 metres T12 final. So there they are, the men's 800 metres T12 finalists. Just 4 in the final. Oner of Turkey, Zhu of Tunisia, Sharov of Russia, and Jacques from Brazil. Yeltsin Jack in lane 7, Sharov in 5, Zhu in 3, and Oner of Turkey in lane 1.
Lancé du disque 57-58 pour la Libye, dans le cercle, 3e essai pour Mahmoud Raja.
See the ladies in the crowd with the fans. Very, very muddy here. We saw how hard it was for Unides Castillo to breathe after winning that 400. We hope she's going to be okay. Not only because we hope she's okay, but also because she's going for a triple here of 400, 200 and 100. This is Mehmet Nesim Oner of Turkey on the inside lane in the red vest. Personal best 1:57.34. That's Abderrahim Zhu of Tunisia. Season's best 1:58.13. His personal best 1:54.82. Also in the red. Both in red tops or black shorts. I think I'll be able to tell them apart. That's Igor Sharov in the whites with the red and blue of Russia in lane 5. 1:54.46 his personal best set this season. There's an awful lot of judges congregating around about lane 6-7 area. Not sure who they're having a chat with. This is Yeltsin Jacques. He's the only person in the race with a guide, who is Carlos Santos. He's Brazilian, 1:56.15. Yeah, whatever was going on with all those judges, they were just congregating around about where that man's just taking the number 4 marker out the way. had a little bit of a meeting. I wondered if there was some kind of an infringement, but it's all cleared up, whatever it was. And like I say, I think common sense has pretty much prevailed at these games. They've been very, very lenient, very, very sensible. No one's been ruled out for anything silly. Yeah, they're just moving the boxes around because they leave a space in case they want to have a guide. So you'll see 1 and 2 together, 3 and 4 together, 5 and 6 together, and 7 and 8 together. But in actual fact, it's only the Brazilian who is wanting a guide, and he's Yeltsin Jacques with his guide, Carlos Santos. So this is a final, just the 4 competitors in it. Although if the Brazilian medals, then his guide will get a medal as well. Onair of Turkey in the red and black on the inside. Zhu of Tunisia also in red and black in lane 3. Sharov of Russia in the white vest in 5, and in the green of Brazil in lane 7, it's Carlos Santos who's guiding Yeltsin Jacques. 800 meters, T12. This is for athletes with a visual impairment. It's the medium category of the visually impaired athletes, and they're all away safely, and Sharov of Russia making the early pace, but Zhu of Tunisia on the inside picking things up. It's Zhu of Tunisia taking them down the back straight. Then it's the Russian, and then Onair of Turkey. So Zhu of Tunisia in the lead, and now the Russian goes into the lead. Sharov of Russia from Zhu of Tunisia. Then it's Onair of Turkey, and the Brazilian bringing up the rear at the moment. Here comes the Russian as they come round with 500 meters to go. Sharov looking very, very comfortable out in the lead. He's a majestic athlete. Sharov of Russia in the white, ahead of Zhu of Tunisia. Onair of Turkey looks like he's taking a bit of strain, and at the back, Jacques of Brazil looks like he might well be out of it. Sharov looks in imperial form here, the Russian. He's absolutely stretching them out here, and I wouldn't be surprised if the order they are now is the order the way they've finished, because I can't see Zhu of Tunisia making any ground up. Maybe the Brazilians might make a battle for bronze, but if anything, Sharov getting further and further away. This is a great run from the Russian. He's led from that first bend. Sharov of Russia in the white vest, leading them round. Brazilians are closing up on the bronze medal. We'll stay with what's happening in the lead though. Sharov of Russia. It's Sharov of Russia in the lead from Zhu of Tunisia, who's not going to catch him. The Brazilians could well make a challenge here for the bronze medal. Sharov of Russia is coming away with it. The Brazilian now in bronze medal position. It's going to be a gold medal though. What a great run for Sharov of Russia. Fantastic run from him. It's a world record. He absolutely stormed away. A world record for Sharov of Russia. Zhu of Tunisia gets the silver, and the Brazilian pair of Yeltsin Jacques with his guide Carlos Santos got the bronze. Onair from Turkey run out of it, and a world record for Igor Sharov in a time of 150.02. And he's just showing us something inside there. Perhaps a little memento that someone back in Mother Russia gave him, and he has set a new world record. Fantastic stuff. Personal best for the Tunisian as well. That was a very, very fast race. The others just could not keep up with him. Zhu of Tunisia for a while hung with him, but Sharov just stretched away, and it was such a fast pace. And the Brazilian coming in for the bronze medal. But look at this running from Sharov of Russia, and the way he kept going, you knew that he was heading for a world record, because that was clearly in his mind. He didn't slow down at all. He thought, I'm in with a shout at the world record, and he was absolutely right. Fantastic run from Sharov of Russia. What a fantastic performance. So, a world record for the gold medal, Sharov of Russia, 150.02. Zhu of Tunisia with a personal best, 152.34. And Jacques of Brazil, 156.59. Sharov of Russia, did he kiss the camera there? He went right up close to it. Might have left a little bit of a smudge on the lens. The cameraman might have to clean that now. Here he goes. Oh, this is the shot of him looking right into the camera, blowing a kiss. That's the shot we just saw from the other angle, and a very happy man, and why not, because he's the world champion, the gold medalist, and a world record holder.
Sharof, Zhu and Jacques, the 1, 2, 3, and Zhu was the man with form going into that, and the man with history. He won at London 2012, he won 4 medals last year. 2 of those gold in the 800 and 1500, and Jacques in 3rd for Brazil.
And Zhu not only losing out in that race, but it was his world record that Sharof broke. So double disappointment there for the man from Tunisia. And there's the Russians in the crowd. And no doubt they'll all be having their picture taken with Sharof later. See some Ukrainians there as well. Multinational community. I can see a Union Jack in that crowd there as well. Everyone chatting, very, very friendly atmosphere at the IPC Athletics World Championships.
I'll tell you one good mercy, there's a lot of cloud cover here now, and the wind has blown up a little bit, so the weather is not as nice as it was, but it's actually a lot more pleasant than it was. It's got a lot more manageable for the crowd, which means the stands on the far side that were put up temporarily, which have been largely empty, mainly because it's not that there've not been fans here to fill them, it's just been too warm, too open for fans to sit in them, so they've all been sitting underneath the wonderful tree backdrop that we have there. Crowds have been very high this week, best attended IPC Athletics World Championships that we have had. I think if it was like this for the rest of the week, it would be very pleasant for everybody, even though there wasn't sunshine. Well, we're going to have semi-final action in the men's 800 T11 shortly, but now it's the women's shot put F54 final. And it's Situ of South Africa, who's already thrown in this competition, 5:32, her best so far. Amy Simmons also in this, 11 in total. Two shot puts currently in operation. And this the F54, so it is a wheelchair shot. That is the best we've had so far from Situ of South Africa. They have 3 throws in a row. Well, the action continues thick and fast. We've had the T12 final in the men's 800 meters, and now it's the first semi-final of the men's 800 in T11, and they're both contain the Dunkley brothers from Ottawa in Canada, who were born in Newton Ards in Northern Ireland and moved at a young age. Adair Santos, 7 medals in history in Paralympic Games, but no gold yet. He's in lane 1 alongside his namesake Carlos Santos. Christian Valenzuela of Chile, who's already won a silver in this competition alongside Rodrigo Mellado. Edouard Rubio Samaka of Colombia as his guide alongside him, Edgar Medina Sanchez. This is Jason Dunkley, gold in Christchurch, bronze in the 1500 in Beijing alongside Joshua Caranja, and Oscar Moreno Garcia of Spain alongside Marc Moreno Martin. No yellow in the Spanish singlet, which is what you normally have the IAAF and the Olympic circuits. So 5 in this will be interesting with guides, 10 in total. First semi-final of the men's 800 meters T11. It's Santos of Brazil, Valenzuela of Chile, Samaka Rubio of Colombia, Dunkley of Canada, and Moreno Garcia of Spain. And it's only the winner who goes through, and the 2 fastest losers. And it's a really good start from the Spanish team led by Oscar Moreno Garcia. Right at the back at the moment is Valenzuela, and a decent surge now arriving from the Brazilian. Adair Santos goes in front ahead of Moreno Garcia. Canadian Dunkley is in 3rd place, and Valenzuela will have to come up from the back. Samaka Rubio is 4th right now for Colombia, but Santos and Santos for Brazil. Bronze in the T12 in 2008. This is the T11 for completely blind athletes, and they have to wear some sort of a banner, some sort of a shield, some sort of a blindfold just to ensure that they are, well, they say they are. Santos still leads as they take the bell. 1 minute, 0.69 dead. Oscar Moreno Garcia in second place. Now a lot of movement wide from the Canadian Dunkley. Moved out almost into lane 4 to get a little bit of room. It's only the winner who goes through. And at the moment, the clear leader, Santos and Santos for Brazil. Spanish duo, Moreno and Moreno in second place. Dunkley third, Valenzuela up into fourth. And for Colombia, it's Samaka Rubio, who's gone back down into fifth place now. Santos still looking good. We've had 200 to go. Little bit of a gap. Now Dunkley trying to go on the outside. Moreno Garcia of Spain remains second, but for how long? Santos holding up very well as there's one final bend to come in the final straight. Santos leads for Brazil. 7 all-time medals. Valenzuela's gone way out into lane 4, and there's going to be a car crash almost behind them. There's Kerner's behind. Santos is going to win. The guide having to work very hard, and Santos got it absolutely right, and the rest got it wrong, and Valenzuela gets up into second place. Dunkley alongside him. Be a photo between Valenzuela and Dunkley for second. And while all the messing about was going on behind, Santos Ogier with his guide Carlos Santos alongside, coming through to win. 205.19 confirmed. But I'd love to get another look at what was happening alongside, because the guides, well, I'm sure we're trying to make things as clear as possible. Santos perfectly well out in the front. Things got interesting behind him. About 100 meters further on here. He was well in control, there was no problem. Guide sometimes gives a little bit of a commentary. Now just watch Dunkley try and go, and it's Valenzuela came up in the outside. He was in lane 4, his guide was in 5, and then didn't realise that Dunkley had closed the gap, got in front of it. Had to move outside. Dunkley moved in between the Chilean and the Spaniard, and Santos came through to win very easily. Valenzuela did take second for Chile in the end, and his guide just had to. Good Lord, what happened there? Well, I think the Spaniard, for it was he, made an absolute hash of the end of it. He was second throughout. It wasn't the end of the carnage, obviously. Santos wins it, 205.19, and he's definitely through. Valenzuela second with a personal best, 206.03. And obviously, the Spanish team, Moreno Garcia, Moreno Martin, fell on the line. Extraordinary. Santos won't mind, he's in the final. So let's move across to the shot put. It is the women's shot put F54 final. And this is Amy Simmons of the United States. There's a deliberation, by the way, about that race. It'll take a little while longer than usual for that result to come through.
Got the second of the semi-finals coming up. That we've got Jonathan Dunkley running in that one. So from Ottawa, let's just bring you up to date with what's happening in the women's shot put. Then this is Amy Simmons of the USA. The only thrower to have thrown so far is Situ of South Africa, who threw 5.24, then 5.08, and her best throw was the third one, 5.32. This is the first one for Amy Simmons in the F54 final of the women's shot put. That's her first throw, just easing her neck slightly while they measured that. Amy Simmons from the United States. We've got competitors in this from South Africa, Tunisia, Russia, Brazil, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Tunisia, Lithuania, America, Colombia, and China. This is the American, Amy Simmons, F54 category, second thrower to go. It's 5.14 for Amy Simmons. First of her three. So let's get confirmation of that 800 meters T11 semi-final.
Yeah, it's Santos who took it, 205.19. It's only the winner who automatically goes through. Valenzuela was in second place, and the second semi-final is imminent.
John Dunkley and Jason Dunkley, both from Ottawa, among 32 athletes in the Canadian team for the World Championships. We just saw Jason. We're going to see Jonathan in this one. So that's Kakar of Turkey. William Sosa of Colombia with the very distinctive glasses on. Here's the Mexican, that's Herrera in the green. And here's the other of the two Dunklys from Ottawa in the white and black of Canada.
We're back from the line.
In terms of the best times, who to look out for here? Well, the only person who's been beaten 2 minutes 6 is the Colombian, whose personal best is 2:05.66. Kakar of Turkey on the inside, 2:06.51. And Jonathan Dunkley, 2:06.13. The Mexican, 2:11.13. So they will ask for quiet in the stadium for this one. This is for the totally blind competitors. 800 metres, 2 laps of the track. They've all got guides. Kakar's guide is Kakir. Sosa's guide is Chivaro Diaz. Herrera's guide is Noriega. Dunkley's guide is Cummings. And I thought they looked a little bit squashed up together. They were all in the first sort of inside 4 lanes, and they've now spaced them out a little bit more, which I think is a good idea, especially after what we saw in the first race. These competitors are completely blind, they're relying on their guides, and it can be all a bit of a mix-up if you're not careful. And they're all away safely. Kakar from Turkey on the inside in the red. The Canadians have gone off very quickly. This is Jonathan Dunkley into the lead. It's Canada in the lead through Dunkley. Kakar of Turkey in the red. Sosa of Colombia in the yellow, and Herrera of Mexico already being left behind in the green. So it's a great start. And Kakar of Turkey leading them round now from Sosa of Colombia, Dunkley of Canada. They absolutely stormed away. They've now in 3rd place at the moment. So it's the first in his heat and then the 2 fastest qualifiers. And Kakar of Turkey in the red is leading them round, closely followed by Sosa of Colombia in the yellow, with the Colombian flag on his glasses, and it's going to be between these two who get the qualification. The Canadians have slowed right down after an incredibly fast start, and Herrera, who's done well really to get into this semi-final because his personal best way behind the others. Kakar of Turkey in the red, but Sosa of Colombia is poised to attack. They have very similar personal bests of around about the 2:06 mark, but the Colombian probably about a second faster, and you might expect to see him come past here. So Hassan Kakar of Turkey in the red from William Sosa of Colombia in the yellow, and Kakar holding his own at the moment, but watch to see what happens from Sosa on this last bend. He will make an attack. Now I would imagine the guide will get him safely around the bend. It's quite a tricky manoeuvre, trying to have 4 men in an overtaking manoeuvre on the bend. He'll probably wait till the bend is finished and then he will attack down the home straight. Just one of these guaranteed to go through at the moment is Hassan Kakar of Turkey, but what can William Sosa do? Yes, he's moved out into the outside lane, and watch for this as an attack from Colombia now. Here comes Sosa, Kakar still in the lead, the guide pushing him on. Here comes the Colombian. This is going to be a great battle. The 2 guides are almost touching each other. It's a fantastic run from the Colombian. The guide has worked it absolutely perfectly. Sosa is going to qualify. Great run from the Colombian in the yellow. Hassan Kakar of Turkey will have to wait and see. That was great running from William Sosa and beautifully guided by his guide, Cesar Chivaro Diaz. And the Turk Hassan Kakar with his guide, Muhammad Ugar Kakir, led for most of that race after a brilliant start from the Canadians. And we always thought that William Sosa might well come past, and his guide Cesar Chivaro Diaz did him a lot of favours there, because he guided him beautifully around the bend, waited, didn't try and go and do a 4-man overtaking manoeuvre, because with him being on this side of his man would have then been 4 lanes wider out the way that they are, because you could see one's on the inside, one's on the outside, so he'd have had to run a lot further. So he thought it through here. For a while I thought the 2 guides were going to lock arms, but then the Colombian came past, and Kakar of Turkey had nothing left in the tank. Only 4 spots in the final, so it's a very, very tough one to get through. Let's look at the qualifiers then. William Sosa with a personal best, 2:04.87. Kaka of Turkey also qualifying, 2:05.07. So that was a pretty fast semi-final. They are both safely through. Well done, William Sosa. And he shakes hands with Kaka of Turkey. And here's the results. Sosa of Colombia qualifies, as does Kaka of Turkey. Herrera and Dunkley miss out. And we've got another medal ceremony, would you believe? We haven't had one for a few minutes.
Yes, this will be the men's 800 metres T36. This from last night.
Bronze medalist representing Brazil.
Médaille de bronze représentant le Brésil, Alex Pires.
Again, a nicely well-run race and Brazilian bronze. Alex Pires. Great distribution of medals in this. Another to add to his huge collection, but it was ultimately terrific triumph. Vunye of Rwanda was the personal best, 1:54.04, and that is definitely Rwanda's first gold medal in these Paralympic Games.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national du Rwanda.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion.
So the national anthem of Rwanda. It was a triumph of great proportions, and Muvunyi comes away with a rare world title for Rwanda. Ceremonies don't end there. We've got one coming up immediately afterwards. And I dare say an anthem that a lot of you will find a bit more familiar. Fantastic victory.
And we're very relieved to find that the clouds have finally arrived. Apart from the thunderstorm the first night we were here on Thursday, it has been far too hot. And I don't like to complain, someone who gets paid for watching sport for a living, but it's been a bit hot, and just quite nice now. There's some cloud covers come in, and it's tempted people to come out from underneath the trees and actually sit in the seats. Most of the people on the far side have been sitting on the grass underneath the trees, and now they have taken the seats in what the Americans call the bleachers.
Well, now this is the women's 100-meter ceremony for the T34. And there was one hot favourite going into this, and she delivered as usual. But Rosemary Little picks up the bronze medal, 19.93. The Australian collection continues. Evan O'Hanlon winning their first gold earlier today. Amy Siemens of the Netherlands, season's best, 19.15, to claim a welcome Dutch silver medal. We're off to Amsterdam very soon for the European Athletics Championships, but she was still over a second and a quarter behind the gold medalist and one of the faces and heroes of London 2012. It was a championship record, and she's a national hero back home in Britain. From Yorkshire, Hannah Cockcroft. What a champion.
Champion from Halifax, double champion, the double-double. Lovely smile Hannah's always got. I was working in Halifax just 3 weeks ago. Didn't see her, but she was probably busy doing a bit of training.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national.
Wherever you are, if you can, please stand up for Hannah Cockcroft. Bless her little Yorkshire heart. She sang her heart out all the way through that. She knows the words well. She's often on the podium. She's far away the best in her class. Hannah Cockcroft from Halifax. Double champion. Some great action coming up. The women's 100 metres final in the T35, the 200 metres final in the T38 still to come, and the 200 metres final in the T37 as well. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening in the shot put as well.
Yeah, great champion, Hannah Cockcroft, so she does the double in Lyon. Now we're moving across to the women's shot put. This is F54, and Li Won Yang has just had her first throw. She's the world record holder. Broke that in London 2012, a mark of 7 meters 50. The current leader, Amy Siemens, USA, 5:33. 6:76, championship record, and immediately in the lead. And in this event, athletes do have a chance, if they're knocked off the top, to respond, because it's 3 throws at a time. So Yang Li Won leads, the gold medalist at London 2012 and the world record holder too. Again, that's not bad, that's around 7 meters. Championship record, by the way, held by Tatjana Majsen of Slovenia. Chance to see her later.
I thought for a minute you were going to tell me that Tatjana McFadden had held the record in that as well. I thought, for heaven's sake, surely a wheelchair racer who just seems to win golds at every event, she can't be a shot putter as well. But no, it was Tatjana Majsen.
If she wanted to, she would be. She'd probably do very well at it.
Do you know what? I've just popped down the back just to get a drink, and I saw her, and she's a slip of a girl. She would not be able to throw the shot put as far as these ladies. So she's away off her own world record, which I saw her set in London. in September last year in the brilliant Paralympic Games.
She has improved 7:07, and that is another new championship record.
I think the London Paralympic Games really was a landmark in parasport, because there were crowds of 80,000 in the stadium. There's some long jump about to get underway. This is the T20 Women's. This is for athletes with an intellectual impairment. So a fantastic blind women's competition.
Yes, there's not much of a history in this event because, as I say, the T20 events were suspended for a few years.
Lane 1, representing the Czech Republic.
But the action continues here because we are right back off to the track, and it is the final of the women's 100 meters T35, and it features all of the medalists in the 100 and 200 in London 2012. Anna Luxova of the Czech Republic was not one of them. Neither actually was Erin Walters of Australia, but with a new lifetime best of 17:21, might just fancy your chances slightly here. Bronze medalist in Christchurch for Great Britain, Sophia Warner. 16:33, her personal best set this year. We had the same result in the 100 and 200 in London. Silver medal in both for Oksana Corso of Italy. Born in St. Petersburg, adopted by an Italian family, kept a Russian name. Lu Ping of China. World champion, London 2012 champion, 100 and 200 in this T35 category. Virginia McLaughlin, bronze medalist in both 100 and 200, behind Corso in silver and Lu Ping gold. Carly Salmon of Australia is in lane 7. Svetlana Nikitina of Ukraine is in lane 8. An event which was not run in 2008 or 2004. It's actually beginning to rain here now. That's unusual for this week. So the T35 women's 100 meters final, Luxova in 1, Walters 2, Warner 3, Corso 4, Lu Ping 5, McLaughlin 6, Salmon 7. Nikitina is in lane 8. Some standing, some on the blocks. Full start. So they'll oh, hang on a sec. Well, somebody's shooting away, and now she realizes, the Ukrainian Nikitina, she was winning, but there was a very good reason for that.
So we had the 2 gunshots, first for the start of the race, second for the stopping of the race, and then immediately a thunderbolt. So maybe no wonder she didn't hear the second gun, because the thunder came just at the same time.
It started, I think, in lane 1, but we're talking about T35s, so red cards would be
very harsh, wouldn't it? I thought Chen of China twitched just slightly, but it was definitely lane 1 to have the problem, but please don't let it be a red, that would just be awful.
I think there was a direction.
Well,
Certain categories.
Yeah. Very nicely done by the official there, because she will be nervous with it being a final.
So second time of asking, the women's 100 meters T35, Luxova of the Czech Republic in 1. That was another thunderbolt, by the way. You saw the lightning strike, you've just heard the thunder. Luxova, Walters, Warner, Corso, Lu Ping, McLaughlin, Salmon, Nikitina, and they're away in the second time of asking. What a start by Corso in 4. Here she comes, Lu Ping with a chance to respond. Corso's taken away. McLaughlin coming up the Canada here. Can Corso hang on? I think she will. She's got the gold for Italy, Oksana Corso. 15.65 is very, very fast. And if it gets any faster, she'll have the world record. And she does! It's a new world record by 1/100th of a second. 15.63. Russian-born in St. Petersburg, but she's grown up in Milan, runs for Italy, and Oksana Korsa has a new world record. Silver all the way in London. She's a golden girl now. And it's a North American record for Virginia McLaughlin in second for Canada. Well, my word, Lu Ping, who won everything and swept all before her the last 2 years, has to settle this time for bronze. All three medalists from London 2012 have done it again, but in a different order. And just look at Korsa go. That was all about desire. She takes the gold. McLaughlin the silver, and my word, Lu Ping was almost run out of it, I think, by Sophia Warner of Britain. Finished in 4th place. So Korsa wins it, McLaughlin second, Lu Ping the bronze, and Warner 4th place, very close. Oh, but that was a brilliant race by Oksana Korsa, and she knew pretty much instantly in the Lyon rain that she had done it. And in a new world record time as well, 15.63. Continental record, area record for Virginia McLaughlin of Canada. And look how close Lu Ping was to being run out of the medals altogether. Sophia Warner was 4th, and Carly Salmon 4 did it better.
Yeah, Lu Ping was slowing right down, and like you, I thought with the naked eye that Warner had got her, because the Chinese girl put the brakes on. I think she was hoping to be a bit further up than she was. What was nice, though, was the atmosphere at the end. Oksana Korsa has just won the title in a new world record time, and she hugged every single girl before she then turned around and realised she'd set a new world record.
Well, I'm certain I clearly said in commentary all the way that Lu Ping was definitively 3rd, but she is. Warner in 4th place.
It's the men's 100 metres T36 victory ceremony. Then we've got another track final, the 200 metres of the women's T38.
The rain is getting heavier, and we've had quite a few bolts of lightning as well, which are very unpleasant indeed. And what is such an open stadium?
And surely they're not going to get a medal from Robbie Savage, are they? Former Leicester and Derby midfielder.
There's lots of people around the world who've never heard of him.
Robbie Savage, he was a footballer who wasn't quite as good as he thought he was. Nearly played for Manchester United, but they let him go as a youngster, and he played for Leicester and Derby and Wales, and was famous really for running around the pitch, putting a lot of effort in and not really getting anywhere. But he's a very good broadcaster since, and does a very good football phone-in show. But he has long blonde hair, very much like the gentleman who is now presenting the medal to the Briton.
Yes, it's the men's 100 metres T36 here, which was run only about 45 minutes ago. Graham Ballard, who was the world record holder going into yesterday, but that's been beaten twice now. The man who's going to receive gold. Roman Pavlik, the silver for that for Ukraine.
Graham Ballard featuring on quite a few posters for this event. Very distinctive with his glasses. He's got a bit of a look of a bank manager about him. Very, very popular though at London 2012. Just a really unassuming man, and he just comes to life on the track. Lightning and thunder. Interesting that only the officials get the umbrellas. The athletes are used to getting wet.
It's been a sensational 2 days for Evgeny Svetkov. Broke the world record yesterday of Graham Ballard, and broke it again today to win gold in the men's 100 metres T36. Proves the lot of Russia overall.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the national anthem of the Russian Federation.
It's a good tune, the next one, the Russian anthem. One of our favourites here in the commentary box. And I noticed this yesterday when they played the Russian anthems. Towards the end, there's some bells that come in. It sounds almost like some Swiss Marcel Hook Silver Bullet fans are coming in with some bells. Did you hear that, Will? I noticed you looking around.
I did, yeah. It sounded as if it was being remixed, so I just had to take the headphones off just to make sure there wasn't a loudspeaker playing something else nearby, but it is actually on the recording, which is quite peculiar. Yeah,
I took my headphones off yesterday when that happened because I thought that was a bit strange. And sometimes there are people warming up. When we had the opening ceremony and the athletes were taking their oaths, we suddenly had some people around the back who were practicing their drumming. But those bells, I assume, are on that version of the Brazilian anthem, although they don't seem to quite go with it. So off they go.
Probably so, except it was the Russian one.
The Russian anthem, what did I say?
Brazilian.
Ah, that'll be it. Yeah, no, I was thinking Russian because I was thinking that they sample that in a TV adaptation I used to watch of War and Peace in the late 70s. And I don't know if you've ever read War and Peace, but even if you haven't, you'll know that it's set in Russia rather than in Brazil. Got some more track action coming up shortly. The 200 metres final, T38 for women. We'll also keep you up to date with what's happening in the Discus, which is currently going on, the men's Discus. And the women's long jump as well.
Yes, this is the T20 final. It's been a good competition so far.
T20 for athletes of an intellectual impairment.
That was Kristina Shukova of Russia with her first attempt.
And the good news is
representing
that the Cuban Castillo is coming out to get her medal. She was the lady, remember, we saw in quite a bit of distress, and she's come back out and she's absolutely fine. So Teresina Santos of Brazil getting the bronze medal in the women's 400 metres T46. This is for people with a limb deficiency, and the 46 category means it's of the arm. Oh, a big shriek from her.
Update you on the long jump. Shukova 5:01. She goes in second place.
And the rain certainly not dampening the spirits of Santos. Lyon the Lion is getting a little bit damp, but she's absolutely delighted with her medal. The South African was in this race for a long time. Liebenberg. She will get the silver medal. It's an absolutely phenomenal race, this one. And Castillo just put everything into it, 400 metres. For competitors with an arm deficiency. And it's so good to see her looking so well standing up there, because she's going for the treble in this competition, in the championships, of 400, 200 and 100. She tried for the treble in London, but because they had it in the wrong order for her, she found it very hard to get all of them. But she's got the gold in this one. Unides Castillo of Cuba. Brilliant to see her back up on her feet. And well done the medical team here, who were very, very quickly saw that there was a problem with her. She was breathing very, very heavily. It's the hardest race to recover from, the longest of the sprints, and it is just sometimes hard to get your breath. I sound like I've ever run a 400 metres. To be honest, 200 metres wears me out, but these athletes, it is the hardest one to recover from, so they say, and Unides Castillo did need medical attention. They stretchered her away, but she looks fine now. And I wonder if she's got enough puff to sing her anthem. Did have enough puff to sing her anthem, and what a lovely smile Great to see her back on her feet again. Eunice Castillo, a fantastic champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
Usually they fade them down. That one we actually got a look at the second verse. I think Castillo had finished. The South African was eager to get up there on the podium with her. And there they are, Castillo, Liebenberg and Santos from Brazil, South Africa, and the champion from Cuba. Gets a pat on the back from the Brazilian.
Well, the rain continues to come down in this very open Stade de Rhône. If it is not raining with sunshine on top of the spectators, it's raining moisture. There's been no in between this week. It has been very humid, and now it's just too humid. Now let's return to the women's long jump. This is the T20 final. Taylor Doyle of Australia with a first round jump. We've had Michaela Ristosti of Croatia go out to 5:27. A nation that's done very well in women's high jump thanks to Blanka Vlasic the past few years. What can Australia come up with here? 4:66, a lifetime best from this year. We've got all of the medalists from London 2012 and the World Championships here. They won their medals in a different order across the two championships. It's come up as a foul, but it took an awful long time for that to happen. And a few words of technique.
They play tells us that somewhere there's been a championship record. Can you tell us where?
We've actually already seen it. It's only being announced now. It's Yang Yi-Wan of China in the women's shot put. It happened a while ago, but there's been so much happening in the stadium, they haven't had a chance to announce it until now.
And he's in these throwing events where one person will do 6 throws and then somebody else. You've got to say it's a bit of a disadvantage for the people that are now throwing in the rain, because whenever you throw anything, the rain's going to knock it down out of the sky.
Those, I fear, are the circumstances of it. Karolina Kucharczyk of Poland. She's the London 2012 champion, silver medalist in Christchurch at the last World Championships. And it is a white flag, met the board very well. 6 meters dead is her personal best. That is the world record. Nobody has leapt further in this category before. Other candidates in this, Krista Shukova, who won silver in London, bronze in Christchurch, and the reigning world champion is the current leader, Relena Ristoski of Croatia, won the title in Christchurch, bronze in London. Kucharczyk would love to be in the mix. The rain is getting...
Vedrazkova of the Czech Republic with a PB of 30.74. Now the people to look out for are the next 4. In lane 3, Sophie Hahn of Great Britain. She has the best, personal best, apart from the lady to her right, Chen Junfei. Personal best of 27.39, Sophie Hahn's is 27.56. Expecting a lot from this lady in the red of China. Outside of her, Veronica Ippolito of Brazil in a personal best of 28.25. This is Olivia Breen. Sorry, this is Margarita Goncharova of Russia in the blue. Personal best 27.82. Good smile and a nice little finger gesture to the crowd. This is Olivia Breen with the braces, 29.19. Always does that rather silly little smile, so I'm slightly nervous. Sizwanali Meyer of the Republic of South Africa. She doesn't even acknowledge the camera at all. She's in the zone. So the record is held by Junfei Chen of China, 27.39. Sophie Hahn has the championship record, 27.56. So here they go, down on the marks. The 200 meters, the women's T38 final. Look out for Chen, look out for Sophie Hahn, Goncharova as well of Russia, and Ippolito of Brazil. And away they go. And it's a great start for Chen. It's also a great start for Ippolito as they come round the bend here. Ippolito's going very well. Sophie Hahn's going well. Chen showing well as well in the red of China. On the inside of her, though, Sophie Hahn's going extremely well. Sophie Hahn now leading. It's Hahn leading, is it? But Ippolito's coming back for Brazil. It's Ippolito in the blue against Great Britain's Sophie Hahn. Ippolito's going to get it. Ippolito is going to win it. Ippolito from Sophie Hahn. And it's a championship record. I think Goncharova came up to get the bronze. But for a while, it looked like Sophie Hahn of Great Britain was going to win it. Chen's been run out of it. But Ippolito of Brazil, and a new championship record for her. Well, that was a great race. 27.49, that is confirmed as. 27.49 championship record. Sophie Hahn gets the silver for Great Britain. Margarita Goncharova, 27.76. That's a new personal best for her. And Junfei Chen of China, the world record holder, does not get a medal in this. Extraordinary. She got off to a great start. Sophie Hahn then tracked her. And for a while, it looked like Hahn, but she was tying up a little bit, as can happen with these cerebral palsy runners in the last stages of the race. And Sophie Hahn actually did well to hang on at the end from Margarita Goncharova of Russia. But Veronica Ippolito of Brazil, 27.49, a new championship record. She wins the gold. Sophie Hahn of Great Britain gets the silver, and Margarita Goncharova of Russia gets bronze. Nothing for Junfei Chen. And look at what it means to her. Comes in and gets a hug from Olivia Breen, who finished 5th, ahead of Meyer of South Africa, Isaac of Australia, and Vejrakova of the Czech Republic. So let's get an official check on what exactly happened in that final. Veronica Ippolito, helped by the wind to a championship record of 27.49. Sophie Hahn of Great Britain confirmed as the silver medalist, 27.73, and Margarita Goncharova with a personal best, 27.76, getting the bronze for Russia. Crowd just being told about that world record, which I think is the one that we had literally a good spot from Will just before we went to that final, and the crowd just now being told about it. So we're actually keeping you ahead of the crowd here. Hope you're enjoying our coverage on Paralympic Sport TV. It'd be nice if we could have a look at it again for those that weren't watching.
Well, in some ways it was very unexpected for Karolina Kucharczyk. Not much of a reaction from her after she landed in the pit. Just quite a bit of a reaction after the jump, though. So here she went. It was her opening round jump. 6 meters was the world record prior to this. She went all the way out, stretched out to 6:09. And just look at the conditions around her. It's been really warm, really sunny all week. And then it was confirmed, a new world record, 6 meters 09 for Karolina Kucharczyk.
And I think that is the most understated reaction to a world record I've ever seen. So look, she's like, yeah, whatever. Just a little bit of bouncing up and down. But often these athletes are so focused and so in the zone that I think, yeah, it's a world record, but it's only my first throw, so you know what, I'm going to keep my head together. 6 meters 9. We've got some more great action on the track. The women's 200 meters T37 with the local favourite Mandy Francois Elie in action. And we've got the men's 200 meters T46 final as well coming up. That's with Johansson Nascimento in action and Mikael Deres. And then the men's 100 meters T51 final as well to come.
Now, 4th place, Elena Marunic of the Ukraine, 492. A 10-centimetre improvement would put her into the medals here. Let's see if she can pull it off. Didn't use the board at all. I think she leaped well in front of it. Might have cost her at least 40 centimetres here. We'll keep you up to date, but it wasn't a world record this time. So the final of the women's 200 metres T37. Beth Woodward goes in this, silver medalist in Christchurch. Family here to support her. Maria Seifert of Germany, bronze medalist. Beijing 2008 is in lane 1. Neda Bahi of Tunisia is in 2. Then Beth Woodward of Britain in 3. Silver medalist London 2012. Was looking for a golden double here. 29-29 set in the semis, which is where the world record was set yesterday by Mandy Françoise-Elie of France. She's one of the poster girls in advance of these games. Gold medal in London for Joanna Benson of Namibia. Anna Saposnikova of Russia is in 6. 30.11. Personal best set this year. The reigning world champion from Britain, Katrina Hart, has a chance of retaining her T37 crown. Back in time, Evgenia Trishnikova was the gold medalist in Athens in 2004 when she was 19 years old. That's been her only major title to date. Françoise-Elie with yesterday's world record and with a lot of support too. Seifert in 1, Bahi in 2, Woodward 3, Françoise-Elie in 4, Benson 5, Saposnikova 6, Hart 7, and Trishnikova in lane 8. Final of the women's 200 metres T37 in the rain in Lyon. And they're away first time, and Françoise-Elie kept a good eye on her, and she's keeping up on Benson here, and they'll be keeping an eye on her as well. And Saposnikova's going well, and Hart is going well for Britain here. Françoise-Elie with so much support in the blue singlet of France. Saposnikova's almost up with her. Saposnikova is fading away. Trishnikova in 8's coming along, but it's Françoise-Elie for France, flying the tricolour well, and it will be a home win. Françoise-Elie, 28.50. She's the world champion, and she's done it for France. It's always superb when you get home successes at any major games, and she's done that here. 28.48, the winning time for Mandy Françoise-Elie, and if that doesn't get her in the front of leg kick tomorrow, nothing will. Absolutely fantastic. It's another silver medal for Bethany Woodward of Britain, a personal best as well. But just look at her go here. Now I want you to look at lane 6 as well. Saposnikova was going fine and then just faded, utterly faded, with 70 to go. But nothing would stop Françoise-Elie. She had the joie de vivre, and she has the gold medal. Great victory, and Woodward just picked Benson for the silver. Oh, that was superb from Mandy. Just nothing would stop her. Desire, and then realization that the gold medal was hers.
Very popular, I would say that has been with the local crowd. There's drums that I didn't even know existed that are being played in some part of the stadium. I thought for a while it was synchronized thunder and lightning, but someone's got a drum somewhere and they're banging it, and they started doing that during the race. We've got a kind of "We Will Rock You" type effect from the crowd in front of us. Mandy Françoise-Elie, you're right, she's on all the posters for these games, and they're loving it.
It's a little bit of Queen, and she has rocked the Stade de Rome.
She is the queen of the Stade de Rome.
French TV come live on one of the main channels, 6 p.m. every evening. It's 6:08, and they, across the nation, have seen one of their girls get a great gold medal. No world record today. She did it yesterday, but today was the real work, and she got it done. And
the Tour de France finished yesterday in Paris. British win there, and that was all over the TV last night. You couldn't miss that, the last stage into Paris. But here in Lyon, this is the big news, and this will knock the Tour de France off, because they're all rocking this stadium. We will rock you. They're clapping along for Mandy Françoise Elie. Let's just enjoy these scenes.
A wonderful champion, 28.48. Françoise Elie wins. Woodward second with a personal best. Joanna Benson, a new continental record for Africa, and a national record too. 29.18. Trishnikova was fourth. And at one stage, Sapaznikova could have won, and she actually finished eighth. But it happens in events like these. And this is fantastic for Mandy Françoise Elie. In her homeland, she gets the gold for France, and what's a heroine she is for Paris sport.
We have got a few more events to go, but it might take a while to clear the track from her little lap of honour here.
Well, she deserves it. But straight away, it's another 200 metres final, and this time it's the men.
Yep, they're out there on the far bend. Emicalo Souza of Brazil, Trunov of Russia, Patmore of Australia, Gonzalez Isidoria of Cuba, Deres of Poland, Calderon of Cuba, Nascimento of Brazil, and Ola Abidogun of Great Britain in the outside lane. More thunder, more lightning. Some of the flashes are from the cameras, and the French heroine now in a picture taken with Lyon the Lion. They'll need to get out the way of the track though, because these 200-metre finalists will be coming past in just a moment. Getting rained on over by the trees at the 200-metre start. Another close-up look at these in just a moment. There's the Brazilian, Emicalo Souza, personal best 22.25, season's best 22.25 as well. This is Vadim Chunov of Russia, has a personal best 22.69 set this season. A good Aussie in this race as well, Simon Patmore, 22.12 his time. Personal best set this season. It's the T46 final. This is for limb deficiencies in the arm. This is Raciel Gonzalez Isidoria. There might be a few Cubans in the crowd because they're just a big cheer for him. This is Michael Deres of Poland, 22.08. Etienne Calderon of Cuba. Two more competitors to go. That's Johansson Nascimento of Brazil in lane 7. Has a personal best of 22.05, which is the fastest of all in the race. Now you'll remember this young man. He was the chap who proposed to his girlfriend after winning gold in London. And she said yes, live on Brazilian television. That seems to be quite a tradition with the Brazilians. He then won another gold and then was on for a third gold, but got a hamstring injury and was a very unhappy chappie. And that's Ola Abidogun of Great Britain completing the lineup in lane 8. Personal best 22.54, a season's best of 22.74. So watch out for Nascimento of Brazil, Deres of Poland, Gonzalez Isidoria of Cuba. But there's not much to separate all of these. On current form, you perhaps would say that Michael Deres of Poland would be the favourite, but having seen Nascimento in London. I know what a sterling competitor he is. So the men's 200 metres T46 final, and they're off and running, and it's a great start for Nascimento in lane 7. Nascimento of Brazil in lane 7 going extremely well. Inside him it's Miquel Dires. It's going to be between these two, Miquel Dires of Poland, but coming inside of him is the Cuban, Gonzalez Isidoria, and now Nascimento's coming back. Nascimento coming back very strongly, the Cuban's fading, and the Brazilian's going to get it. It's Johansson Nascimento. Miquel Dires from Poland got second, and the Cuban, Gonzalez Isidoria, who in that 100 metres came from third to first and back to third again. And is the very emotional Johansson Nascimento, who's very emotional, I remember, in London, 21.91. And the reason he's so emotional is he had set a world record. What a phenomenal run that was, because the Cuban came and really just pushed the pace there. Nascimento 21.91. Here's Dires 21.95. Just look at the finish here, and Nascimento just dipping on the line to take it from Miquel Dires of Poland. So that was an extraordinary 200 metres. Coming into the 100 metres here, look at the Cuban. As they come out of the bend, the Cuban stretches away, and you would swear that that guy was going to win it. Nascimento then comes back, and Dires of Poland also in with it, but it's a new world record. Phenomenal stuff for Nascimento of Brazil.
And he breaks his own mark.
Yes, his own world record, 21.91. And there he goes. For a man without hands, he's just done a handstand. Phenomenal stuff. 21.91, broken his own world record. Dires 21.95. He broke Johansson's record as well. Look, that's how tight it is. The Brazilian on the line, and the Cuban, who at one point looked a dead cert to win it because he was coming so strongly against the other one. He's a much bigger man, but he just tied up a little bit towards the end. 22.15, he had a season's best. So the winner set a world record. Let's have a look. There he is on his hands again. He hasn't got any hands, but he can do a handstand. Great stuff. I think that would hurt, wouldn't you? Nascimento, 21.91, a world record. Dires with a new European record for Poland, 21.95, and the Cuban with a season's best of 22.15. Fantastic stuff from Nascimento. Very, very emotional man. He's on the verge of tears nearly all the time, that fella. Johansson Nascimento asked his girlfriend to marry him after winning gold in London, and today he's done handstands. 21.91, confirmation of that. Miquel Dires getting the silver for Poland, and Raciel Gonzalez Isidoria getting the bronze for Cuba. Mixed categories, Nascimento T45, Dires T47, Gonzalez Isidoria at T46.
Well, I'm really sorry about this, but apparently there was a slight blackout in some regions during Evan O'Hanlon's gold medal race. That is online for you now on YouTube. 10.93. Evan O'Hanlon, championship record, which he had set previously in Christchurch, broke that today. And more importantly, he gets the gold. Another one for the collection. Australia's first of these games,
Ladies and gentlemen, please
for one of the great sporting nations, is somewhat surprising, but they now are off the mark. Means for the first time we get to hear this.
Australia fair. First gold for the Aussies.
World champion medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médailles mondiaux.
So they're having the pictures taken. We've got some great track action coming up. Men's 100 metres, T51, and then the 200 metres, the T34 class. So some women's javelin will be underway as well, and women's 100 metres, T11 semi-finals.
Now this is Elena Morenyuk of Ukraine, a third round jump. So far best is 4.92. She's down in 5th place. Kuharczyk of Poland still leads with that world record leap of 6.09. Didn't improve, but still 5.88 in the second round is much better than what anyone else has been able to produce. Looks to be out around 5 meters, and if it is, if it's 5.02 or better, she'd go into the medals. She might just have a chance. We have another medal ceremony coming, and the result of Morenyuk's leap also.
For the men, 800 meters.
4.93. And she stays 5th.
Great excitement in your voice there. I thought, oh crikey, what's happened there? Stays 5th. Another medal ceremony. Is it me, or are the medieval dresses getting wider?
Men's 800 F12. Well, at least it didn't say the women are getting wider.
No, I think it's the fabric. I don't know whether they're swelling up in the rain, but seems to be an awful lot of material in those two. Big, because of the rain, perhaps they've got almost like big puffy sort of Dallas-style shoulder pads.
Men's 800 T12 medal ceremony. World record in this. And there was a guide in this too, so a medal for Carlos Santos, but the runner was Yeltsin Jacques.
Each get a Lyon.
Silver medalist representing Tunisia.
Abdurrahim Zou, who has a string of gold medals through his career, is another silver one now. It was the personal best as well, so no shame in that. 152.34.
Gold medalist and world champion representing the Russian Federation.
The fastest run in history for Igor Sharov. 1 minute 50.02. Fastest run in history. And he gets the gold. And he broke that world record by 2 minutes. Zou had 1 gold in Beijing 2008. Was a 2-second margin of victory. 2 minutes would have meant minus 10 seconds. It would have been quite unreal. Broken the laws of physics. Instead, he just broke the record books. And he has this national anthem in his honor. Gold medal, Igor Sharov.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
And I'm no expert on
Mesdames et
music,
messieurs, le
but
médaillé
for me,
mondiaux.
it sounds like some bell ringers trying to spoil a recording. Bit of campanology.
Sharov gets the gold medal for Russia. It's very impressive. 152 had been the world record time from Zou, and it stood for 5 years. So in the women's long jump, the T20, this is Michaela Ristossi, currently lying in second place, 5:27, her best attempt so far. Weather is not helping.
No, it's as well as being wet, it's now getting quite windy. If the flags over on the far side where the long jump is taking place are to be believed, it's blowing right against her at the moment.
We'll see how she does here. 5:27 she needs to improve on. It's around 5:50, which is her personal best, but of course, worth pointing out that she's running in the same direction as the 100 meters athletes, and I saw a wind reading of -1 in their faces, basically, a couple of seconds ago. She'll have done well if she's managed to improve on this.
Well, we've had all sorts of weather here today. It's been very, very hot early on, and then it's been very, very rainy, and now it's getting windy. Look at that. You can see, if you look at that blue streamer there,
that's the wind
that
gauge.
shows you the wind, and the big banners for the championships behind, and it's against the long jumpers, so they're jumping into the wind. It makes it very difficult. They'd like a little bit of a tailwind to give them a bit of lift.
4:96, she stays in second place. Stephanie Schweitzer of Australia has had a season's best of 4:57. 4:93 is a personal best. Wouldn't quite be good enough for the medals, but it would put her quite high. -3.4, that is incredible. Out of pretty much nowhere.
On vous rappelle qu'il y a 2 catégories de handicap dans ce concours de lancer du disque, les F37 et 58.
Schweitzer of Australia.
Cette catégorie correspond à un barème de points. Le classement se fait au meilleur total de points.
How can she do against this? Didn't really seem to use the board much either.
I think her body language tells you everything you need to know there. She sat back as if to say, oh, what have I done there? Now, what didn't she like about this? Everything. Look at her body language as she lands.
Been another bolt of lightning, by the way, which went away about an hour ago.
It's not close enough, I think, to be a danger to the athletes. But I wouldn't want to be throwing the javelin in this, because you don't want to be holding a pointy stick when there's lightning about.
4.28, so she stays in 6th place. Now it's time for the final of the men's 100 meters T51. It's a straight final in this. There was no qualification. All of the medalists from London 2012 are in this.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the athletes for the final of the men's 100 meters T51.
Mesdames et messieurs, présentation nationale du 100 mètres masculin T51.
Competitive field. Well, lane 1, Kevin Stokes to the USA. He's 35 years old, 24:46 is his personal best. Mohamed Bakral of Algeria won bronze at London 2012. Edgar Navarro of Mexico won gold in Christchurch 2 years ago. He's 42 years old. Tony Pispinen, London 2012 champion, won bronze in Christchurch at the last World Championships 2 years ago. Alvisa Davidi of Italy. Born in 1966. Silver, London 2012. This is an event for veterans. Stephen Osborne turned 50 this year. He's in lane 6. John McCarthy from Dunmanway in County Cork represents Ireland. He's in lane 7. Personal best this year. 24.59, and Stefan Strobel of Germany. He is in lane 8. This was not contested for at London 2012. Pispanen with the world record set in London. But in 2008 in Beijing, this event did not take place. Stokesen 1, Beharal 2, Navarro 3, Pispanen 4, Davidi 5, Osborne 6, McCarthy 7. Strobel is in lane 8. Men's 100 meters T51 final at Lyon 2013. And if you're just joining us, glorious weather all week. It's been raining lately. Will it affect the underfoot conditions here? The underwheel conditions. So it's Stokes, Berahal, Navarro, Pispanen, Davidi, Osborne, McCarthy, and Strobel, who is consulting with the officials here. Major consultations from the German athlete.
Ah, okay. Then I'm ready. Okay, I can understand. Thanks.
Okay.
Little maneuver he wanted to do on the line, and in order to do that, actually had to go back half a wheel. So, Stokes in 1. Berahal 2, Navarro, Pispanen, Davidi, Osborne, McCarthy, Strobel, 1 to 8 in this 100 meters T51 final. And the gun was preceded by a thunderbolt, but they are finally underway here in Lyon, and Navarro started well in 3. Pispanen, the world record holder in 4, is the man to watch now. McCarthy up in the 4th place, but here goes Pispanen. He started very well. Davidi trying to fight hard in 5, but Pispanen is coming up to win the gold for Finland. It'll be Beharal for Algeria, and then Davidi for Italy. That is the 1, 2, 3. Navarro and McCarthy were battling for 4th. It's 22.57, and with the rain that we've had for the past hour or so, it really wasn't going to be a world record time. 22.59. Beharal was in 2nd, and he accelerated quite well from here. Davidi in 3rd. Navarro has been given 4th place ahead of McCarthy in 5th. And away he went. Good strength on the line. And in 6th was Osborne for Great Britain. But Tony Pispanen, well, he just sauntered away from here and nobody would stop him really. Beharal tried. He came up very well. He was down the field, the Algerian. He was coming through in lane 2. But there was no stopping the Finn who flew. It's his birthday on Wednesday. It's a welcome early present. 22.59. Tony Pispanen adds the world title to his Paralympic gold from London 2012. It's a nice surge from him. And once he came through with about 30 meters gone, nothing would stop him. Pispanen the gold, Beharal the silver for Algeria, Davidi the bronze for Italy.
It's raining quite heavily now. You'll probably even hear it on the microphones. It's a great final there in the 100 meters, the T51 for the wheelchair competitors. Limitations in upper and lower limbs, and the 51s the most severe impairments. We're going to have a final for you, the 200 meters T34 final in just a moment. But while everyone runs for shelter, the competitors in the field sports have to carry on. And we will tell you what's happening in the women's shot put, the F54 final. Yang of China in the lead at the moment with a championship record of 7:07. It's the Colombian Torres Martinez with a season's best 6:02. And we're going to have a look at some discus action for you now. And this is the first attempt of the South African, Christian Duplessis.
The results of the women's long jump T20 after 3
15th
attempts.
competitor to throw at the moment. It's being led by a Russian, Alexei Ashapatov. ahead of an Azerbaijani, Samir Nabiev, and Brazil with Claudine Santos at the moment. So this is Christian Duplessis of South Africa. That's his warm-up throw, and he will now have 3 throws that will be measured. He's the 15th of the competitors to throw in this competition, Christian Duplessis from South Africa. And then after this, the 200 meters T34 final with Katilia. This is the standing at the moment, then the Russian in the lead, Ashapatov, Nabayev of Azerbaijan in second, and then Santos, Brazilian at the moment.
She got the bronze medal in the last World Championships.
This is Santos, Claudine Santos, number 3 at the moment. And something they're having to contend with now is the rain, and the discus, of course, needs to be dried. Brazilian throw. Santos in 3rd place. His best throw, 43.35. That was his 2nd throw. He went on to throw 42.64. But at the moment, he's just behind the Azerbaijani and the Russian. Very thoughtful looking man. So Christian Duplessis' throw confirmed at 26.22, which moves him into 14th place, because Ali Gardouni of Germany had 3 no throws. This is in the F37-58 category. And now, would you believe it, the sun's coming out. So we've got sun and rain somewhere. Somewhere there's going to be a rainbow. I can't see it, so it might be behind me, because it's raining very heavily and it's very sunny. This is the women's long jump then, after 3 rounds. Karolina Kucharczyk of Poland, Michaela Ristowski of Croatia, Kristina Zukova of Russia in the medal positions just at the moment in the women's long jump. And the wind that was blowing very heavily now looks to have almost dropped, but the rain is very heavy and the sun's out. I don't know who's doing the weather today, but they're certainly mixing it up. So after the 3rd round, they then change the order, and they go in reverse order to make it more excitement, so the person in the lead will jump last. And no one's allowed to jump while that traffic cone's there. The lady in white is one of the officials. She will have put that traffic cone down, and while that's there, no one's allowed to jump. Very much like roadworks on a motorway. So not much happening in the long jump. Let's take an early look at the runners in the men's 200 meters, the T34. And this is the one that's got the Tunisian Walid Katila in action. He will be my favorite to win this one. Henry Mani of Finland will also be a very tough competitor in this one, I would think. And Reid McCracken of Australia, he's always worth looking at, as is Seb Mobra of France, the home favourite. Maybe the home crowd can cheer him on. Look at the sky in the background. If you look to the left, it's lovely and light, but above him, dark clouds are gathering behind Austin Smeek of Canada. Season's best, 30.18 is his personal best, so he's a man in form. You can see that the rain getting on the cameraman's lens. He's got enough to do moving in and out of these lanes without thinking about wiping that. That's Bojan Mitic. This is Henry Mani of Finland. Season's best is his personal best, 28.45. This is the man to beat, though, Walid Katila of Tunisia. He's been in fine form so far in these games. He looks confident, gives us a thumbs up. Set his personal best recently, 27.61. Be a big cheer for the next competitor because he's from France, but Katila very much the man to beat. From France, Sébastien Mobra. Large applause from the crowd gathered at the 200-metre start. And dark clouds behind them, so we might have even more rain on the way. This is Reid McCracken of Australia. Does us a bit of a gnashing of his teeth. Does it again. That's obviously going to be his little catchphrase that he does. Stefan Rusch of the Netherlands. Will he be rushing around? We shall see. And outside him is Mo Hamady of the United Arab Emirates. There is Mohamed Hamady. So Mani of Finland will be worth a shout here, McCracken will be, but this very much the man to beat. It's Walid Katilia of Tunisia in lane 4. 200 meters. Walid Katilia is the world record holder for the T34 category, and these are all T34 competitors. Set that on the 21st of July, which was yesterday. So he's very much the man in form. And away he goes, and he gets off to a good start. Walid Katilia of Tunisia, and out on the inside of him it's Mani from Finland. But Katilia already up on the men outside him. Katilia's going extremely well. Mobra of France showing as well, and McCracken of Australia as they come around the bend. It's Walid Katilia of Tunisia, McCracken of Australia on the outside of him. But Walid Katilia is going to win this. McCracken is in the silver medal position at the moment, and Mani of Finland coming in, but it's going to be gold for Walid Katilia in 29.66. Yesterday he set a world record of 27.61, but he'll just be happy on this wet track that he has brought home the gold for Tunisia. Walid Katilia wins the gold medal for Tunisia, and it's going to be a silver medal for Australia. 29.67, his confirmed time. Reid McCracken 30.49, and Henry Mani of Finland 30.70. Stefan did rush round, but he only got fourth position, 31.56. Mowbray of France in fifth, 31.65. Mitic of Switzerland, 32.60 in sixth place. Seventh place to Canada, Schmink with 33.91, and Hamady of the United Arab Emirates, 34.42. So no world record, no championship record. We've almost come to expect it from this man, but a gold medal for Tunisia from Walid Katilia. And it was never in any doubt in that competition. McCracken was the closest
to improve on that. So here she comes, Schweitzer, looking for the jump of her life. Again, didn't seem to use a huge amount of the board, looks shy of 5 meters. A little limp on the way back, nothing too solid, we would hope. Personal best is just shy of 5 meters, and something like that would see her rocket up the charts. It's just a little dip in her third round jump, and the dip remains 4 meters 30. She stays in sixth place. The flame yet to ignite for her today. But at least wind's a bit calmer for her now.
She does carry the weight of the world on her shoulders when she's jumping. Look at her body language there. Chatting to the coach, she's not happy at all with what's happened. She's not happy with the way her shorts are riding up. She's not happy with the sand. She's not happy with the advice she's getting. But when it all comes good, she'll be delighted.
Now here's the field for the women's javelin final. F36. And throwing for New Zealand here is Holly Robinson. She'll be the fourth to throw. None of the London 2012 medalists are in this, only Holly Arnold a bronze in the last World Championships as any major medal to her name. Let's see if Holly Robinson, personal best 32.58, can change her personal statistic. Best throw prior to this was 26.60 from Maria Matrushi of the United Arab Emirates, and that might just be a very solid improvement from her. Second is Marielle Betancourt of Venezuela, 23.40. Well, Robinson looks to have thrown very close to 30 meters there. There are no markings. There are a lot of events that are on today. Oh, more than 30 meters. It's a personal best. It's 34.37. It's quite close to the championship record set by Madeleine Hogan 2 years ago. Robinson in front. A new lifetime best.
Just getting a few quotes in from some of the people who've won medals today. Igor Sharov of Russia, who won gold in the 800 T12, says, I'm really glad about that win. It's been a really fast race, but the intense training I've been through since the Olympics paid off.
Katie Walker of the USA. Lifetime best set this year of 26.96. She's got the white flag, but only just. There's not gone very far. I don't think she's cancelled it out with a foul either. It just went down like a gazelle. "18 meters exactly, but she is still fourth, but definitely has to improve with future throws. So back to the track. It's the first semi-final of the women's 100 meters T11. The reigning world champion in this, Teresina Guillermina of Brazil, is the one who Maria Silva of Angola and Tania Jimenez of Spain will have to beat.
Now, Teresina Guillermina, she's the woman who's famous for having the glasses with all sorts of different designs on. And she's been talking about having rabbits and all sorts on her glasses.
Holds the world record from winning at London 2012, championship record for winning in Christchurch. And will be, along with all the Santoses and Alan Oliveira, she will be one of the faces of the Games for Rio 2016. There's been a major delegation from Rio here today, seeing how a World Championships for Parasport is arranged. They're doing very well in the medals table right now. It's Maria Silva of Angola, who is in lane 3. All of the athletes are legally fully blind, so the All of Guides, Nicolau Ernesto Palenza is her guide. Well, she's a legend, and she's looking to be right on the button again this year. Teresina Guillermina, gold 100, 200, 2012, 2011.
Couldn't see what was on her blindfold, but she was quoted earlier today saying she was going to have either cars, giraffes or bears on her blindfold. Perhaps if she wins, we'll have a look.
It was Guilherme Santana who is her guide, and Tania Jimenez of Spain, of Mexico, is in lane 7. Joe Campos is her guide. So Silva of Angola, Guillermina of Brazil, and Jimenez of Mexico are the 3 in this semi-final. It is only the winner that progresses to the final, and only one fastest loser will progress. Well, Guillermina, such a star in London and in Christchurch. She was a silver medalist in Beijing, but since then her star has risen, and that's what she now is. Big name in Brazilian sport. Parasport is rising in stature all the time. She's a colourful lady. She has the beads, and you would imagine surely will have the win in this semi-final. Well, that's the thing about sport, never take anything for granted. Silva, Guillermina, Jimenez. The 3 in this semi-final of the women's 100 meters. T11. It's the middle lane. It's the one to beat. Away first time. Silva 3, Guillemina 5, Jimenez 7. It's Guillemina right down the middle. Looking very easy. And all they have to do is get the finish right now. Guide staying behind. Guillemina wins. There you go. 12.48. Very fast, very smooth. And she's into the final. And no more could she have asked. Well, she has a boat on her blindfold.
That's what we wanted to hear. We weren't bothered about the time, Will. We wanted to know what's on the blindfold, and you're absolutely spot on. It's a boat. We were promised cars or giraffes or bears, but she kept us all guessing, and it's boats.
And it was Silva second and Jimenez third. It's been rounded down to 12.47. It's a very nice time. Didn't sink. And she's into the final.
It's a great idea to have something on your blindfold. When you see the other competitors just with plain black blindfolds, you know, it's a great marketing thing because it makes your name, especially when you're in a country. Oh, there is a car. There's a car around the other side. She's got a boat one side, a car the other. So maybe the bears and the giraffes will be there for the final.
6 goals, by the way, for Brazil. Same as the United States and Ukraine. Great Britain of 5. But we're going to go straight to the women's javelin. This is the F36. And this to throw the Venezuelan Betancourt. Currently in 5th position, 23.40 in the opening round. Holly Arnold of Britain has taken the lead in this by 1 centimetre ahead of Holly Robinson. It was 34.37 for the New Zealander, and Arnold of Britain, 34.38. That happened just a few moments ago, but Betancourt's throw, I doubt, will get her much higher. 25.26, a season's best, but she stays in 5th place.
And I wonder when the last time an athletics competition was led by a couple of Hollies. Holly Arnold with an IE and Holly Robinson with a Y. Usually when I say something, that Will comes back with, yes, in Christchurch I was there, and it would be, and he will tell me the names, but I'm guessing he's gone for a coffee, so there.
Last time I was in Christchurch was 2005 for the Lions Rugby Tour, where a whole load of rugby journalists learnt the New Zealand anthem deliberately because the Lions had a horrible corporate one which nobody liked, so we'd all stand up for the New Zealand anthem, which was written by an Irishman, very rousing. And it's a New Zealand thrower now in Holly Robinson.
If you drink enough of that coffee, will you give us a rendition of the New Zealand anthem before the end?
No. Here she comes. God defend New Zealand is the national anthem, and we may yet hear it before the end of the week. Great chance we'll hear it in Moscow because of Valerie Adams, the wonderful shot putter.
Maybe Will give us a rendition back at the hotel later, sharing a hotel with the Australians, and they'll be opening a few tinnies because they've won their first gold today.
You want me to sing the New Zealand national anthem in the Australian team hotel? I don't think that's happening, really.
You know what? That would be a bit like putting a target on your back, wouldn't it?
32.50, the second round throw of Holly Robinson. She stays in second place, a centimetre behind Holly Arnold.
Imagine that if you just pitched up and you said, well, to Australians, just to celebrate your first gold medal, I would like to give you a rendition of the New Zealand anthem because it was written by an Irishman. They would just think you're nuts.
Katie Walker. Now, a vast improvement needed here. She threw 18 metres in the first round, but it was the trajectory of the throw more than anything else, which I'm sure disappointed her. That is better. It's beyond halfway to 40, maybe 23, 24, but that'll be confirmed. She has a chance of moving up the rankings at least.
So we've just seen the first semi-final in the women's 100 metres T11 for the totally blind athletes. We've got the second semi-final coming up, and there's a third semi-final as well. And we saw a Brazilian win the first one. We could see a Brazilian winning the second one and the third one, because Brazil very strong in blind sprinting. Just the 3 competitors will be taking part. Let's just check out the standings before we say goodbye to the field events. Women's javelin, Holly Arnold in the lead for Great Britain, 34.38. Holly Robinson of New Zealand throwing a personal best, 34.37. And Yukiko Kato of Japan currently in the bronze medal position. We'll keep you up to date with that, but let's go back to the track. There you can see them at the far end, just being introduced to the crowd. competitors in the women's 100 metres T11. That's the totally blind category. Elvina Vido of France in 3, Jerusa Santos of Brazil in 5, and Esperança Chicasso of Angola. So, don't need me to tell you from the applause, that is the French lady. It's quite emotional as she gets a huge cheer from the home crowd. Her guide is Loic Skunarek. Personal best 14.25, but this lady, Jerusa Santos, 12.52 is her personal best. Luis Henrique Silva's her guide. And this is Esperança Chicasso of Angola. So you'd expect this to be comfortable for Santos of Brazil in the middle lane, but we shall see. Only the winner goes through. From each of the 3 semis plus the fastest losers, we will have 4 in the final. So it's vital in these sprints. Remember, these ladies cannot see a thing if they do have any vision at all, because obviously it's all has to be classified just to make it an even playing field. In the T11 category, they wear blindfolds, so if they have any vision at all, it's completely gone. Now imagine that, running 100 meters as fast as you can with 6 people on the track, 3 runners, 3 guides. Imagine that, closing your eyes and running for 12, 13 seconds as fast as you can. Pretty scary thing. And away they go. Vido of France away very well. Santos from Brazil away very well. And Gicasso's going very well from Angola. But the Brazilians now picking up the pace in the middle. It's Jerusa Santos in the middle who's going to qualify. Gicasso of Angola coming back, but yes, safely through. Jerusa Santos of Brazil. Gicasso of Angola is second, and Vido of France run out of it after a very good start. 12.90 is the winning time there. So that's the second Brazilian through to the final. We could have 3 Brazilians in this final, you know. .12.90, the qualifying time for Jerusa Santos of Brazil. She is safely through. Esperança Gicasso of Angola, we'll have to wait and see. She ran a season's best, 13.19, and the French girl, who after a good start faded, did run a personal best of 14.12, Elvina Vido. But there is the winner, Jerusa Santos of Brazil. And she has rather more conventional glasses than her teammate. So 12.90, Jerusa Santos, Esperança Gicasso of Angola, 13.19, and Elvina Vido with that PB of 14.12. 2 Brazilians into the final, and now let's go back to the shot put.
Yes, the women's shot put final. F54, and this is Maria Bogacheva. It's her 3rd round attempt. Going all the way out to 7 meters 56, and it's a new world record. 3 throws in a row, and she did that twice. So the old mark of Yang Li Wan has been broken, and Maria Bogacheva, for now, holds the world record. Yang has 3 more throws. Let's return to the javelin. It's the F46 final. Holly Arnold leads for Britain. Holly Robinson, a 3rd round throw, 34.37 personal best in the 1st round. Then saw that surpassed by 1 centimetre by Holly Arnold, and then another throw from Arnold, which was 2 meters better than that. So Robinson, having thrown further than she has done in her life before, now has to do it again. And there needs to be a serious improvement. That might be it. It looks good. Robinson's personal best heading into today was 32.58. She improved that by 2 meters. Her season's best had been 30 meters 63, and she's already surpassed that by 4 meters. 36.25 was the target thrown in the 2nd round by Holly Arnold. Excellent trajectory. 31.01. It's her least furthest throw so far today, and she stays in second place. Advice from the coach needed. Katie Walker's third round coming now, 21.83 she threw in the second round. She won't have been happy with her throws so far. Just around 27 meters is her lifetime best, and that would have her fourth. Maybe again around 22, 23 if she's done well. A lot of upper body strength needed for this. Power on the shoulders and the follow through. .23.53. Well, the throws are improving. Her position is not. She remains in 6th place. So the third semi-final now, the men's 100 meters of the women's 100 meters T11. 4 go in this, but it is only the winner who progresses to the final. And in this, we have a couple of bronze medalists from London 2012.
Still got some great track action to come. We've got Johnny Peacock of Great Britain up against Jared Wallace and Jerome Singleton in that 100 meters T44 semi.
Shaki Takada of Japan introduced to the crowd, along with Yuki Hirai, the guide. Julia Santos of Brazil in lane 3, along with Fabio de Oliveira. Laya Jetile of Namibia alongside David Dailenga, and then Jia Shenting Jia, bronze medalist 200 meters at London 2012 alongside Zhu Donglin. And it's only the winner who gets through in this. Bit of pressure on Santos here as the 2 other semi-finals were won by fellow Brazilians. Takada in 1, Santos 3, Jetile in 5, Jia is in lane 7. And only one fastest loser across the 3 heats will progress to the decider. Once they get on the marks, they have to be bound to their guide, and the athlete has to cross the line first, remember. If they get it wrong and the guide goes ahead, then they're disqualified. And if the guide is also seen to basically throw the athlete towards the line, it can be disqualified too. Takada, Santos, Jetile, and Jia. So they're away the first time of asking. Watch out for Santos in 1. Great start by Jetile, also in 5. And by Jia in 7. But here goes Santos in 3. Santos looking very good for Brazil. And Santos will win it. Second is Jetile. And Jia is out. She will not progress the Chinese. Santos takes the honors. 12.97 unofficial. It's the slowest semi-final of the 3. Rounded down by 100th of a second to 12.96. So Brazilian athletes winning all the way. Guilhermina, Santos, Santos. And it's Jay Santos that won the last 2 semis. Jetile second, Jia Jisung-Tang in 3rd, and Takada also out of the race for gold. It was a personal best for Jetile in 2nd, but no one was stopping that lady there. So that was the result of semi-final 2, which preceded this. Jerusa Santos taking that 12.90, and Julia Santos 12.96. Couple of Santoses, 3 Brazilians in the final, still determining who the fastest loser is. It's gone to the judges. But we do know there'll be 3 Brazilian athletes and an Angolan in Esperança Picasso, who's representing the rest of the world.
I think we could easily see a Brazilian 1, 2, 3 in that. We've seen a 1, 2, 3 for America so far in these championships. but not for Brazilian at the moment. If you've been missing those medal ceremonies, then don't worry, we have got some up our sleeve for you. And don't go away, because we've got some fantastic action coming up as well on the track. It's our first chance to have a look at Johnny Peacock of Great Britain, the world record holder in the men's 100 metres T44, the gold medalist from London 2012. Set a time of 10:85 in Indianapolis in July last year. And he's going to be up against Jerome Singleton of the United States and Jared Wallace, who was in such fine form earlier in the week. They'll be all together in the first semi-final. We've got Arnu Faria of South Africa in the second semi-final, along with Alistair McQueen and Ronald Herzog.
Now, this was a great race earlier today.
And by the head of the department in charge of the accessibility for the French railway network,
le directeur accessibilité de la SNCF, Monsieur Didier Devin.
The head of French Railways Accessibility will be presenting the prizes here, head of the department of the SNCF. Lu Ping, bit of a turn-up that she finished down in third place. 16.58 seconds. Well, this was a tremendous contest. I'm afraid due to the weather today, feed has occasionally been cutting out, but hopefully you've been able to see most of it. And it is Chinese bronze this time. It is Canadian silver. Virginia McLachlan, a new North American record as well as a Canadian record. 16:07. Impressive time. 2 bronze medals at London 2012. And now a silver here. But a great champion for Italy. St. Petersburg born, adopted at a young age, represents Italy, lives around Milan. And a new world record, a new world champion for Italy, Oksana Korsa.
And the Russians keep giving away their champions. They gave away Tatiana McFadden, giving away this lady. She was delighted with her win. She hugged every other runner in the race.
Please rise if you're able for the national anthem of Italy.
And if you're Italian, clap your hands.
Pour l'hymne national de l'Italie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalist.
Lovely anthem, the Italian anthem, and she sang along with it, Oksana Korsa, as you would expect someone from Milan, home of La Scala, the famous opera house. You would expect them to know how to sing, and she certainly could.
Right, let's go back to the women's long jump, the T20. Our leader, world record holder today, 6:09, Kaharczyk. Can Karolina go any further? That looks good. And she has avoided the distraction in the medal ceremony to go long, but has she gone longer?
Oh, Karolina, she set a world record with 6:09. What can she do here?
Great stride from Kuharczyk. And the landing. She's leading by a long way, around 82 centimetres. And the consistency's been brilliant just when you see all of her marks come up. And even more consistency, because it's 2 580s in a row. They've all been in the 580s apart from her first jump. This is the women's 200 meters T38 ceremony.
Bronze medalist representing the Russian Federation.
It's the 200 meters T38 women's, and it's going to be
Goncharova, personal best 27.76. She's a multi-medal winner in the past, both under her married name and a maiden one.
Sometimes causes confusion with the people. They suddenly change name and suddenly there's a personal best comes up with the computer and you think, no, actually, she ran faster before she got married. People tend to slow down when they get married. I know I did. My wife's cooking. So here she is, Sophie Hahn of Great Britain. Lots of Brits in the stand, applauding.
Happened with Jarka Gajdasova, who suddenly re-emerged a couple of years ago. She had been a great youngster. Where did she go? Well, she'd actually got married and played under the name of Jarka Groth. She's been okay under Gajdasova, and this lady's been fantastic. Championship record for and a gold medal for Brazil for very fast Veronica.
Veronica Ippolito of Brazil with the gold medal. And I don't think I've ever seen anyone quite so happy to be given a toy lion. She's waved that Lyon the lion around. Now she's going to turn. It's the Brazilian anthem. Stay with us though. Jerome Singleton, Johnny Peacock, Jared Wallace and Arnaud Faris all on the way.
So Brazil now 6 gold medals, along with the Ukraine and the United States of America. Consistency. Brazil have emerged as one of the great para-sport nations.
The way the medal table goes in international competition, it's done first on the number of golds, and then if it's a tie, only then do the silvers and then the bronzes come into consideration. Often in the American system, it's the total number of medals won, but on the international system, it's very much done on the golds, and that means USA are top ahead of Brazil and Ukraine.
Or whichever has America higher.
Very cynical view, sir.
Schweitzer, final round jump, the Australian. Started well, 4.57 in the second round, but she's not been able to improve on it.
She always walks out of the pit as though she's done the worst jump of her life ever. I think she's such a determined competitor. She's one of the competitors that does not like the sand sticking to her legs. She walks over here, and she's actually gone to the Ukrainian coach, and she's thought, hang on, they're blue. My guy should be in yellow. There he is. And now she's found him. Oh, and at last a smile from Stephanie Schweitzer, 4:61. Well done.
It's a season's best.
I was beginning to think she hadn't brought a smile with her, but it's a lovely one once she does it.
So this is how it stands. Late on in this competition, we're deep in the final round, and Kuharczyk seems destined for the gold. And to deny her, somebody is going to have to break the world record.
Talking of world records, we've got Johnny Peacock, the world record holder in the men's 100 metres T44, coming up very shortly on the track. We'll go to that, but we'll just keep a little bit of this action going in the long jump for you. You can see that they're getting ready to go, but they're not down yet. So we'll stay with this until they are ready. You won't miss a thing here. And then when we do come away from the long jump, if anything happens, we will record it and show it back to you afterwards.
Elena Marinuch of Ukraine. Personal best today, 5:19, and that looks in and around the same range. It's a white flag. 5:19 coming in the last round. It's got her into the medals. Had been languishing in 4th place prior to that, and she's knocked Kristina Zhukova of Russia down into 4th place. Marinuch performed nicely in London, 4:98. Well, she's in 3rd place, needed to improve by around 10 centimetres in order to claim a silver.
Let's go back to the track then for this first semi-final of the men's 100 metres, the T44, and our first experience at this Games of the great Johnny Peacock, the world record holder for Great Britain, one of the stars of London 2012. It's Saito of Japan in 3, Singleton of USA in 4, Jean-Baptiste Allais of France in 5. Then it's Johnny Peacock in 6, the Swiss Christoph Bausch in 7th, and Jared Wallace of the USA, who's been so good so far in lane 8. That's Keita Sato. Season's best of 12:06. His PB is just a slightly faster 12:02. Outside of him, Jerome Singleton in the red of the United States. Now, the sprinters specialise in this stuff where they do stuff to the screen. I've seen Usain Bolt do it. The Jamaicans started it. The French are following on. Jean-Baptiste Allais getting an enormous cheer from the crowd. 11:80 his PB. But this is Johnny Peacock, the world record holder and Paralympic champion. And he gives us a lovely cheeky little grin like, hello, whatever. Yeah, he's a cool dude. Christoph Bausch looks up as almost as though, sorry, I didn't know you were there. Season's best, 11:78, which is his personal best as well, in the red of Switzerland. And this will be the threat to Johnny Peacock. It's Jared Wallace in lane 8. Points to the sky, applauds the crowd. So this is just a semi-final, but it's our first look at Johnny Peacock, and we know that Jared Wallace in fine form. The first 3 will qualify from each of the 2 semi-finals, plus the 2 fastest losers. There's a man standing up in front of me, so I'm going to have to look on the monitor for this, but I don't like to tell him to sit down because he's only got the one leg, and I think I can probably cope with doing this off the telly. So, Saito of Japan, Singleton of the USA, Allais of France, Peacock of Great Britain, Bausch of Switzerland, and Wallace of the USA. There is Johnny Peacock, one of the stars of London 2012. He's the world record holder in this, in a time of 10:85. He'll just be happy to qualify. Away they go. Johnny Peacock away extremely well. Johnny Peacock is definitely going to get through here. Jerome Singleton going well, and Jared Wallace, and it's pretty much the 3 we expected. Johnny Peacock looking very good in 10:88. His world record time in Indianapolis was 10:85, so just, in fact, it's been rounded down to 10:87, so just 2 100ths of a second outside his own world record. Jared Wallace, 11:15, and Jerome Singleton, 11:24. So just 2 100ths of a second outside of his own world record. What a great run. and that's a 10.87. And bearing in mind how wet and slippy it is, anyone with a prosthetic leg, with a Blade Runner, does well in the wet conditions to go only 200 outside his own world record. So Johnny Peacock looking very good indeed. Oh, he did just slip over there as he went onto the grass. Someone was taking a picture of him and he nearly went over. Johnny Peacock, 10.87, comfortably qualifying. Jared Wallace and Jerome Singleton of the United States will keep him company in the final. Christoph Bausch of Switzerland set a PB of 11.66. He'll have to wait. I don't think that Jean-Baptiste Allies will be joining them. We'll be back for that second semi-final very shortly after we've paid a quick visit to the Javelin.
Well, we've let this develop, but there's been no change in the standings overall. Holly Arnold threw a better throw in the fourth round, 37.45. She's still in front. That is a lifetime best for her, as it is for Holly Robinson. 34.37 in second place. Third is Yukiko Kato, that came in the third round, 29.87. Marielle Bettencourt, season's best, 25.26. This, her final throw, and they're throwing in order, joining this with 5 throws to go. So Bettencourt, to get into the medals, needs to improve her season's best by 5 meters, really, get up to 30. I'm not quite sure she's pulled it off. Gets a white flag for both judges. She's the only F46 actually in the F46 final. The rest are all F47s, but it is going solely on distance. And it's 23.91. She's just needed extra strength, and she did well not to topple over just in case. It turned out to be a really good throw. So she stays in 5th place.
We'll be back on the track for that second semi-final in just a moment with the 100 metres T44. South Africa's Anu Fourie going in that one. He's not been doing so well this season. He's had an abscess on his stump, but he's the fastest man in the field. But we'll see how he gets on, because he has had that injury. And I imagine if you do have an abscess on your stump, it's a bit tricky to put weight on it when you've got your blade on.
Now, it's not often we see international athletics glory for the United Arab Emirates, but I wonder if Mariam Matrushi can change that. We'll never know. Oh, I'll tell you.
You just built it up.
Second semi-final of the men's 100 metres T44. And we've got a couple of the London 2012 medalists in this. Well, Richard Brown and Anu Fourie. Lanes 3 and 4, unusual draw for them. It was a foul, by the way, for Matrushi, so the right decision was made by our director. Richard Brown, silver medalist for the United States in this category at London 2012. His personal best is 11.03, season's best 11.06. Behind Brown in the London final was, for South Africa, Anu Fourie. Took third, 11.08, his personal best. Marcio Fernandez. Cape Verde, they haven't sent a huge team. Alistair McQueen of Canada is in lane 6. Again, consistent running from him, a season's best, very close to his lifetime best. Ronald Hertog, identical, because his lifetime best came this year, representing the Netherlands. And Riccardo Scandoni of Italy is in lane 8. It's the first 3 who progress through to the final. 10.87, very fast from Johnny Peacock in the first semi-final, 200ths of a second outside his world record. Top 3 and the 2 fastest losers go through. It's Brown in 3, Fourie in 4, Fernandez 5, McQueen 6, Hertog 7, and Scandoni is in lane 8. Lanes 1 and 2 are empty. 3 and 4 of 2/3 of the London medalists from this event. Brown, Fourie, Fernandez, McQueen, Hertog, Scandoni. No, there was a little shuffle from Brown on his blocks, and there'll be a green card for all, I'm sure. They're being held a while. Seemed to shoot up in their blocks just a little too quickly. It's on the far end there. There was a little flicker, and you could just tell from the forehead of Fourie. He glanced across, lost his concentration. It's a green card, which is fair enough. He's been busy with that today.
Holding a long time down there.
So they'll have to do it all over again now. Loudly. So again, Brown in 3, Fourie in 4, Fernandez 5, McQueen 6, Hertog 7, Scandoni is in lane 8. So, being held again, and they are away this time. Brown 3, what a start he's had. Fourie is coming back now. Fernandez also in 5. Brown is going great. Brown is going to win it. He'll be a fast time. 10.84, world record! World record, Richard Brown for the USA. And that was absolutely sensational. He is the man. And Fourie was behind, and it's got better. It's 10.83 is the new world record for Richard Brown. It's been rounded down, and my word, he just sailed out of the blocks there, and Fourie found it very hard to keep up with him. Fernandez also in 5 was going well, but not as well as Richard Brown. And we've had 2 of the 3 fastest times in history in these semi-finals. Fourie was 2nd, Hertog 3rd. That is terrific from Brown. He just glided on 10.83, and he was looking at the clock and looking and looking, and then he knew the fastest man in history in this category is Richard Brown. Oh, brilliantly done, and every reason to celebrate and being congratulated. Oh yes, 10.83. Well, it was terrific. Jared Wallace, pleased to see him. And in the United States, they're pleased to see this time. 10.83, new world record. Fourie 2nd, Hertog 3rd. McQueen made it in 4th. This is going to be some final. Brown, Peacock, Wallace, Singleton, Fourie, Hertog, McQueen, Bausch. Not a bad one among the bunch, and the world record can very easily go in that too.
And Johnny Peacock of Great Britain will have watched that with a great deal of interest, because that is going to really set it up for a cracking final. And we should point out that the track is wet as well, and they're setting world records. Extraordinary. We'll go back to the javelin in just a moment. It's being led by the 2 Hollies, Holly Arnold of Great Britain and Holly Robinson of New Zealand. And here is the winner, Holly Arnold, with a personal best of 37.41, has won gold for Great Britain in the women's javelin. And there she is. She looks absolutely delighted. So let's have a look at some of the throws. This is Holly Robinson. This is her best throw of the bunch, which was actually her first one, 34.37. She gets the silver medal. So Holly Robinson with the silver medal for New Zealand. This is the Japanese thrower, Yukiko Kato, throwing 29.87. And that's good enough for the bronze medal. This is the women's F46 final, so it's bronze for Japan, silver for New Zealand, and this is the winning throw from Great Britain's Holly Arnold. Launches it into the air, comes down well, and that was good enough. 37.45 3 metres better than Holly Robinson of New Zealand. And Holly Arnold is the new world champion.
6th gold medal for Great Britain at these games, along with the United States, along with Brazil, along with the Ukraine. And this result means that Britain are actually top of the medals table with 6 gold and 6 silver.
So we've got more track action for you. As we see those javelins down on the track, we've got the men's 800 metres, the T33 final. Jesus Aguilar of Venezuela, Brent Lakatos of Canada, Hiramishi of Japan, Richard Coleman of Australia, Brian Seaman of the USA, Josh George of the States, Byung-Hoon Yu of Korea, and Pierre Fairbank will get a huge reception from the French fans. This is Jesus Aguilar in the black. Jesus Aguilar for Venezuela in the black. Brent Lakatos for Canada in the white helmet with the beard. He's got the beard, not the helmet. Hiramishi of Japan. Richard Coleman of Australia has a season's best of 1:39.19. His personal best is 1:36. And he will be a contender. Brian Seaman of the United States. There's Joshua George, again of the States. 11, it's a 1:36.85 is his personal best. In lane 7, it's Yu of Korea. PB of 1:39.55. And now wait for the applause for Pierre Fairbank, a veteran of the sport, the Frenchman. He'll be 42 later this week. 1:37.10, his personal best, but he's a bit slower than that these days, 1:43.44. Championship record is held by Richard Coleman, who's in this race. And Sukman Hong of Korea is the world record holder. And away they go then. It's the 800 metres, a couple of laps of the track. And away well is Coleman of Australia, and George of the United States, Hiramishi of Japan away well, and Seaman of the USA as well. Brent Lakatos in the white helmet on the inside. It's a couple of laps of the track. Brent Lakatos on the inside, could well be in the lead when they break. So Brent Lakatos, and the Australian Coleman is the man with the best time, and he's just tucked in nicely there at the moment. So they're all pretty much staying together. It's a good crowd here as they come round the bend, and some of them having to go a long way round the outside. And Lakatos has been overtaken now, but here they come down the first straight. So 2 laps of the track. Just listen to that applause as they go past. So it's anyone's race at the moment as they go into the last lap. Coleman is poised in second place at the moment. So they go down the back straight. The Frenchman being dropped off. It's anyone's race at the moment as they come round. The crowd on their feet. So Lakatos and Coleman can't get anywhere near this man at the moment. He's going to win it easily. Yep. Josh George. What a fantastic win for the American. Josh George in the lead there. Coleman, we expected to come back out of him, but he just couldn't get anywhere near the American. And that is a time. didn't expect to get the gold. He wasn't really one of the fancied ones. We thought it'd be between Seaman or Hiramishi. George was an outsider, or Coleman, but 1:41.88 for Josh George. And he obviously decided that he hadn't got the finish of the others, and he just absolutely went for it down that back straight. We were expecting Coleman to come back at him. He couldn't get anywhere near him. Lakatos in the end got second, the veteran Canadian. And it was Fairbank in the end who got third place. Josh George then, winning that one. 1:41.88. We weren't expecting him to do as well as that. And he has won it in 1:41.88. Josh George of the United States. Number 6 on his helmet. He's absolutely delighted, and he has surprised a few people here. We were expecting an American to do well, but we thought it would be Brian Seaman. Lakatos at one point was doing very well indeed. Coleman was going well, but Josh George decided he wasn't going to wait, and he just went. 1:41.88. Brent Lakatos 1:43.43, and Pierre Fairbank up in third place in 1:43.88. The veteran Frenchman getting the bronze medal. And Brian Seaman, one of the fancied runners at the start, finished in 8th place in that race. So an extraordinary win for Josh George, 9 seconds ahead of his American colleague.
Now we have another medal ceremony on the way, and this is the women's 200 metres T37. A few moments ago with the T38 ceremony. Great celebrations, I have to say, around this stadium for that scintillating race. And there will be even greater celebrations in about 2 minutes' time. Fairly obvious why.
Do stay with us here for our coverage, because we've got some great action still to come. We've got Josh Cassidy and Saishen Konyen up against Marcel Hoog as he tries to get his 6 gold medals, and we've got some relays to finish with, which is always fun.
Well, it is a Namibian bronze medalist here, and a continental record too for Joanna Benson, 29.18. It's a decent race. There wasn't actually very much between 2nd and 7th in the end, but one fantastic runaway winner in the end.
This is the lady who was given a house by the Namibian government for doing so well at London 2012, and also a diplomatic passport, so she can just travel where she wants in the world. She's an absolute legend in Namibia, the first ever Paralympic athlete. Imagine that, winning a race and you get a house. Today, she gets a medal and a lion.
Well, it's been a fruitful week for Bethany Woodward of Great Britain. A new personal best as well, 29.12. The whole family are here to cheer her on. And they've got a little bit more silverware for the house.
Without wanting to name drop, we shared chicken and chips with her parents on the first day we were here. She's done her hair specially. Looks nice, Beth.
The cheer will tell you enough. Mandy Francois-Ali wins the gold medal for France. T37 women's 200 metres. It was a fantastic performance. And we're going to enjoy picking up the keep tomorrow morning as France claim glory and their first gold medal of these games. The second to be held here, the first were in Lille. And now here we are in Lyon. She has the lion, she has the gold medal, and now the Marseillaise. C'est magnifique. And while the camera cut away to show the flag, she was stretching out her arms quite spontaneously. A great champion. And an unforgettable one too.
And the International Bank of Journalists here did stand up for the French anthem. Didn't sing, obviously, we don't know the words. But away to our left, everyone in the stand singing the French anthem. And Mandy sang along well too. You see the crowd quite excited. There's the lovely photo that will be in L'Equipe tomorrow.
A very, very popular winner. And with good reason. I think there'll be a few more photos in front of the stands here, I think. It is a packed main stand. And we have another medal ceremony. This is the men's 200 T46.
And it's the man that does the handstands and he doesn't even have hands. Nascimento of Brazil. Very, very emotional character. I wouldn't be surprised to see him fill up a bit on the podium. Very emotional race. In fact, if we're lucky enough to be asked to commentate in Rio, we might find everyone's in tears all the time. The Brazilians do well.
Subtly.
Just for the record, if we get asked to commentate in Rio, anyone from the IPC listening, anyone at all, should you want to pay us to go to Rio and commentate on some more athletics, then we will be in tears all the time because the Brazilians are very emotional, none more so than Nascimento. Asked his girlfriend to marry him at London 2012. Promptly pulled a hamstring in the third event. Completely unrelated. Got some relays to finish with.
Raciel Gonzalez Isidoria with the season's best to claim the bronze medal. Michał Derus of Poland, European record 21.95 to get the silver. This was quite a finish in the end. He was just pipped on the line. He was so close to the world record, but that went elsewhere.
There's a couple of competitors in these games that are trying to get 6 gold medals. Tatiana McFadden is one of them. Marcel Hug is another. He will be in the next race on the track.
Another gold for Brazil and the world record for Nascimento as well. And he's done another flip up on stage. Fantastic. Well, we don't normally give you replays of medal ceremonies, but that might just deserve one.
It's one of the highlights of the day. How a man with no hands can do handstands, I do not know. But he can. And you would think that would hurt, but this man is made of steel. Lovely fella. Johansson Nascimento, gold medalist in the men's 200 meters, T46. Oh, and look how he's holding his Lion there. Very clever. You can see the emotion on that man's face. And I'm very impressed by the way a man with no hands has suspended his Lyon from his medal. That shows great resourcefulness from the Brazilian. Now we're going to head straight back to the track. Marcel Hug on a mission. He's trying to get 6 golds. He's got a couple so far. So has Tatiana McFadden. Will either of them get 6 golds at these games? The man that can tell us is our commentator for this event, Will Downing.
So 1 gold decided for Brazil. They don't have an entrant in this men's 800 meters T54 final. But it's another decider of big names. Two for Korea, Hong Suk-man and Kim Gudai. Jake Lappin is in this for Australia, which must be under appeal because he does not appear in our start list. So here he is, Hong Suk-man, who still holds the world record at T53, the Paralympic Games. 3 golds, 1 silver, 3 bronze. His compatriot, Kim Gudai. For Japan, Masayuki Higuchi. Then in 4 golds so far this week in 10,000 and 400. Silver in the last 2 major finals in this discipline, Marcel Hug. Already 1 medal this week for Canada, for Jean-Paul Campare. Big home chair coming for France. Bronze medalist 2 years ago, Julien Cassoli. Bronze in London last year for Saichong Konjen of Thailand. Second Canadian in the final. Josh Cassidy with the psychedelic wheels. And Jake Lappin has appeared on the start list. Lane 9, it must have been due to some sort of an appeal. So Marcel Hug holds the world record. David Weir, who's not here this week, the championship record, and that could well go in this. Very, very strong field for this men's 800 meters T54 final. Here we go, Hong Suk-man, Kim Gudai, Higuchi, Hug, Campare, Cassoli, Konjen, Cassidy, and Lappin. And already firing away towards the front. Well, Cassoli and Konjen look to be in a very good position, but the inside line being defended by Kim. And don't forget Marcel Hug either, currently lying around 5th place. Just ahead of him, Higuchi, and the cowbells are ringing around the stadium here. They are very closely bunched, and Cassidy is second last at the moment for Canada, but he'll be moving up very quickly indeed. Hug is well placed also, trying to move up on the outside, and he'll be very, very fractious in doing so. But it's Kim Gudai who leads. It's Hong Suk-man in 2nd place. In 3rd, it's Konjen. Now here comes the Japanese on the outside, Higuchi. Even further on the outside, it's Marcel Hug. Korea 1-2 at the moment. The Swiss Hug trying to move up. It's been very well defended. Konjen in 3rd place. Hong and Kim still have the 1-2-3. And now here goes Marcel Hug on the outside, trying to get into the top 3. Currently in 4th place. Korea, Thailand, and now it's Switzerland. And it's between those 4. Hong's trying to make a move in the front. But here comes Marcel Hug on the outside. And look at the speed of Marcel Hug. Konjen is trying to defend his line at the moment, but I think they might all be beaten here. This is a great performance by Kim Gudai, and Hug won't get him on the line. Konjen is 3rd. Kim Gudai has won it. And Hug has been beaten, and the clean sweep has gone. And it's been felled by this brave Korean. He surged at the right time. Hug made a big move on the outside, but at the same time, what a break that was by Kim Gudai. It was a good push. Hug coming and coming in lane 3, but not enough. Konjen still in 2nd at this time. But Hope's dreams of a clean sweep gone. Kim Goodeye, clean sweep goodbye. Korean gold, it is Swiss silver, and Konjen took an excellent bronze medal for Thailand, 137.55. That is a great victory by Kim Goodeye. And he was human after all, Marcel Hogue, and he's a magnanimous human too. He's congratulated the winner. Well, he has 2 goals already this week, and now a silver medal. The Swiss giant Kim Goodeye wins for Korea. Hogue second, Konjen third, and Hong Suk Man was in 4th place.
Hogue just got a bit stuck, didn't he, as they came to the bell, and he was trying to go around, and there was just someone in front of him, and he almost looked like his front wheel touched in between the back 2 wheels of the person in front of him, and he just couldn't get round. And it wasn't until he got to the back straight with around about 650 to go that Hogue started making his move, and he was moving up, and he got past 2nd and 3rd, but he just could not keep up with Kim. And I think if there'd been another 50 metres on the race, he would have got him. But because he got stuck on the second last bend trying to get round, that did for him, and he couldn't get up there in time.
Now let's go back to the field and an event which we're joining for the first time. It is the women's long jump T42 final. I can tell you that the world record holder in this, the London 2012 champion, the world champion, the championship record holder, Kelly Cartwright, suffered an injury-laden season and is not here. So we'll have a new name at the top of the charts at the end of the day, and right now it's Martina Caironi who leads with a championship record for Italy. So Cartwright's record is gone. This is Hitomi Onishi for Japan, who's gone out to 287 so far. To get into the medals, you're looking for 354. Germany 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Vanessa Löw, Jana Schmidt, and above them, Caironi of Italy. Consistency for Onishi at 287 and 275 so far, and 263. It's going in the wrong direction, 12 centimeters at a time. She stays in 5th place. So Caironi leads with that new championship record. So sorry to make things a little worse for you, Kelly. Your record is gone. Löw 2nd, Schmidt 3rd. Lacey Henderson 4th place. We will see her next.
Got some relay action for you to finish the day after this long jump, which will be the men's 4x100 relay for runners with a visual impairment. So the T11 is the completely blind, up to the T13 who have some sight, T12 somewhere in between, and this is a joint one for T11s, 12s and 13s, the 4x100 relay. That's going to be great stuff. It will be Brazil against Thailand and Spain coming up very shortly.
Yes, Henderson there. I should tell you it's a little difficult with the naked eye to work out how long these jumps are, because there are no markings. They're on a support pit here, which is the 3rd of 3, and it doesn't have the markings up. The other 2 do. Henderson launched into that. Now 292 is her best so far, but she'd have to improve by something like 60 centimeters to get up into the medals, and she has improved, but only by 18, and that's 310 for her.
We're just getting the start lists for the men's 4x100. I know that it's Brazil, Thailand and Spain who are going to be in the first semi-final, and we're just finding out the runners. We'll go to the track for that, but let's just stay with this long jump action. This is Oriana Lopez of France, currently ranked 6th, 283, her best jump so far. This is her 3rd attempt.
319 is her lifetime best, by the way.
Just adjusting her leg.
It's a special prosthetic that you will note that she wears. Well, that's a good leap. Well, I think that's better than 283. Despite the lack of markings, that looks better. It's 425, which is currently the leading mark for Caironi of Italy. We've heard their fabulous anthem once already this week. It's about an hour ago. could move up the rankings a bit there. She's currently 6th and last. 264. Shows what I know. Well, this is Jana Schmidt who's on the runway, but this is the halfway point, so they reset, so they now jump in reverse order, and it actually will be Lopez who will go again.
Competitors coming down onto the track for the men's 4x100 relay, first semi-final, just practicing their starts. We're going to have a look at the shot put while they get those athletes ready in the relay, everyone being sent out to the different starts.
Well, this is the event we've had a world record in twice today from Maria Bogacheva. A very long event because, as you'll note, they are strapped into a chair and they take 3 throws at a time. Bogacheva's throws came hours ago, and we still have got 6 athletes yet to complete their mark. .551 is the 4th round throw of Yaniv Torres-Martinez. Season's best, 6:02 from her in the 2nd round. Looking to recapture her form. They've got 10 meters marked out there, but the world record is 7:50. But it is a permanent marking. It's a decent throw, white flags all around. .602, 601, 590, her first 3 throws in descending order. 591 that was. Needs 668 to get into the medals. It's a big ask for such a talented athlete. This competition, by the way, started 4.5 hours ago. So it's Ortiz again for France. 2nd jump in a row. Should be a white flag, and is. Well, you'll see the difficulties she has with her stride. Oh, 291, she's up to 5th.
Yep, she leapfrogs Onishi of Japan. If a long jumper can leapfrog, I'm sure they can. So, she was in 5th place, now she's in 6th. She's jumped to 287, and she will go next. Hitomi Onishi, an F52. They're all F52s in this women's long jump final. She jumped 287, 275, 263, so she's getting worse as she goes on. Maybe she's getting tired. See what she can do here. Interesting style, because it looks to me as though her blade leg is longer than her other leg. And so it means she runs with that slightly out to one side. So 287, 275, 263, she's going in the wrong direction. The way she's shaking her head, that is not going to be an improvement. This is the last field event, the women's long jump.
Just to update you that Alexei Ashapadov has indeed won the men's discus as 57-58 with a new championship record. Nabiev 2nd for Azerbaijan and Claudine Santos 3rd for Brazil. 294 for Onishi. She stays 5th. So Lacey Henderson currently in 4th place.
So we're looking forward to a great battle between Johnny Peacock and Richard Brown. We've got some quotes in from Richard Brown, who was so impressive. He says, "It felt great. I think I can go a little bit faster. I can't wait to see Johnny in the final. I wanted to go fast in the prelim because that's what my coach said to me. That's what I did. He's not worried. I know Johnny. He's ready to go. It will give him more fire. He'll be ready tomorrow. And with Johnny beside me, it's going to be a heavyweight battle all down to the track, all 100 metres of it. That's going to be an absolute cracker." Let's have a look at the runners then in this 100 metres 4x100 metres relay. It's a semi-final. It's for T11, T12 and T13s. So some of these competitors will be completely blind. Some will have some sight and some will have limited sight. It's Brazil have Gomez, Andrada, Silva and Prado. So a decent lineup there. Thailand have Songfinit, Jorchai, Lamsan and Shea. And the Spanish have Pareo Mata, Rodriguez Magi, Porras and Descarrega Puigdeval. I've done my best with those for the Spanish record holders, 1994. So it's a long-standing world record, 42.46. Now, with so many runners and so many guides in this race, if it's all right with everyone, I'm just going to refer to them as Brazil, Thailand and Spain. Because if not, I'm going to mess up the pronunciations and my Spanish director will be telling me off afterwards. So I'm just going to call them Spain because I know how to say that. Spain, Thailand and Brazil. He's chuckling in my ear. Brazil in green, Thailand in red, and Spain also in red, but they're in the outer lane. So they'll ask the crowd to be quiet here because some of these competitors completely blind, some of them with guides, some with limited sight. You can imagine how this could all go horribly wrong. A relay for competitors with no sight. So obviously there's no baton or anything involved in this. Just have to touch the person to get them going. But it's 4x100. The crowd going very quiet. People are turning around looking at me because I'm talking while I'm commentating. I'll wait till the gun. So you can see the the judges in the headsets. So they are actually going to use batons. I don't think they did at London 2012. I can see that the Brazilian guide has got one, and the Thai competitor is certainly holding a baton. So apologise if I've confused you there. You've no idea how many people in the stadium are glaring at me because I'm talking. I'm a commentator. I know we're meant to go quiet. Being called to their marks. So it's Brazil in lane 3, Thailand in lane 5, Spain in lane 7. The stadium completely quiet. Very popular with the crowd, these relays. I'm going to keep quiet now until the gun, but you can see what's happening. It's all too much for a child somewhere that started crying. Spanish are the world record holders. The Brazilians will also be hotly fancied with Prado and Silva in the lineup. Oh. I keep saying I'm not going to say any more, and then everything's delayed.
It's the Brazilian guide who went away first, by the way.
Yeah. They have been very, very lenient with these starts. No, we've yet to see a red card. I don't think we've seen one, have we? We thought we saw one, but it turned out to be a red clipboard held by the guides. Not the guides, the officials. The guides wear red mainly, and they've been very good throughout these championships in bringing us bottles of water. There's some announcement in French which I don't understand. Well, I understand a few words in French, but mainly to do with ordering food. And I think probably what he was saying is, can you please keep quiet? These guys can't see, and they need to be able to hear their guides, or at least be able to focus. So let's just have a look what happens here. Yeah, it's the guide for Brazil that goes. But no kind of disqualification or anything. They're very, very lenient in these sort of things. No one does it deliberately. So So just again, Brazil in 3, Thailand in 5, Spain in 7. And this time they do get away cleanly. It's Brazil on the inside going very well, Thailand in the red, and Spain on the outside. Who's going to be the first to the change? The Spanish are the world record holders. They changed just ahead of Brazil, I think, but the Brazilians had a better changeover than Thai. The Thais have had a disastrous changeover there. It's Spain streaking away from Brazil, but Brazil have still got the bend to unfurl. It's a decent handover. Thailand definitely out of it after that disastrous first changeover. And here come the Brazilians on the inside. The Brazilians are going to be in the lead as long as they can do this changeover properly. Lots of things can still go wrong. Brazil have done a clean changeover as long as they were within the zone. I think they were. The Spaniards coming back at them, but Brazil are going to win this. The chap on the last leg for Thailand is Che, and he's going absolutely brilliantly. And Brazil win the first semi-final. The guide let go of him, and for a while I thought the Brazilian was not going to stop before he hit the wall. There were plenty of photographers there that would have slowed him down, but in the end he did just stop. 43 minutes dead. Brazil have won that, the 4x100 relay. Oh, it's actually been rounded down to 42.99 now. Brazil will qualify. Now, it's just the 4 fastest that go to the final. Spain, 44.65, and Thailand, 45.14. So technically, actually, nobody's through yet if it's just the 4 fastest in the final, because there are 4 in the next semi-final. But I think you can pretty much take it as read that Brazil, as they have just set a South American record, that they will be in the final. 42.99, 44.65 for Spain, 45.14 for Thailand. And great finish from the Thai team, but they had a bit of a mix-up on the first changeover. Let's just have a look at some of the changeovers here. Look how tough this is. So you've got the guide handing over to the competitor. That was the changeover, I believe, from Silva to Prado. Prado is the guy with the sort of fly-type glasses. He actually has the Brazilian flag painted on his glasses, so it looks like eyes. It's almost like the Fly, the science fiction film. He's well known for that, is Prado. And it was a good changeover from Silva. And those are the winners of the first relay semi-final for T11s, T12s, T13s. All with varying degrees of visual impairment. And they'll be happy with that one. So Brazil confirmed as the winners, 42.99, Spain 44.65, Thailand 45.14. Nobody has qualified actually yet because it's the 4 fastest and there's 4 in the next one, but I think you can take it as read that Brazil will be in the final.
Well, it's down to pure mathematics now. If the second semi-final is slower than 45.14, then it's only the winners who would go through. If, however, the last team in the second semi are faster than 43 minutes, then they would make it. Now, this is Lacey Henderson, currently lying 4th in the women's T42 long jump, 2:57 a final round jump, so 3:10 her peak, and she will finish in 4th place. We're down to the last 3 jumps in this penultimate round. I will not give away the medals just yet. This is Jana Schmidt of Germany, her second last jump. 3:53 her best so far. Because of the circumstances of the different athletes, makes the competition difficult to win, but she did well with her takeoff. Got a lot of height, and she will wish a lot of length. She's had 2 fouls in this, by the way. 3:53 and 3:50 are what counts. There's Steffi Neris on the right, the World Javelin champion 2009, who's been a Paralympic coach since 2000. So for most of her competitive career, she was also coaching. So talk about giving something back. 3:87, she's up into 2nd place. And that's at the expense of her compatriot, Vanessa Love, who drops to 3rd. Be advised by the same coach.
Now I wonder who's the coach's favourite, whether she gives one better advice than the others.
Brazil have been disqualified.
Oh, Brazil disqualified in the first semi-final of the relay. Brazil have been disqualified. Well, that's extraordinary. Gomez, Andrade, Silva and Prado will not be in the final.
Love, red flag. So she's down to 3rd. I saw a bit of commotion down there, and there was a lot of noise as well after the race, and they're standing looking quite aggrieved. So they know what's happened.
We'll try and get a replay to see exactly what happened. I wondered whether the changeover from 3 to 4, it seemed to take a long time, and I wonder if they came out of the zone where they have to change over. Because the other changeovers looked quite good to me. They were on the far side, and I was just watching the 3rd to 4th, and Prado went off very quickly, and Silva seemed to get a long time to catch up with him. Either Prado went too early or Silva was late handing it to him, but I just wonder if that was the dodgy changeover. They could have gone out of lanes. There's a number of things that could have gone wrong in a relay of this nature with guides and things in the race, but Brazil won it, but they have been disqualified.
Well, that was a major turn-up for the books as well. It means that the favourites bow out. This wasn't competed for in London 2012. Now, let's watch this very carefully. Watch the Brazil change over here. It was elongated, and it wasn't tidy. Well, the arm went too far forward from the 4th athlete. And there's the zone marking there, the yellow one, and he only receives it. Now that's it, the changeover was too late. Changeover was too late, undoubtedly. You saw the yellow marking, that was the zone. And it's the guide that was involved in the changeover, and there, too late. It was just the yellow line underneath, and Brazil disqualified. So it makes things a lot easier for the 4 nations in the second semi-final.
And Spain will now fancy their chances, the world record holders, now that Brazil are out. Let's just go back to the long jump, and then we will have that second semi-final for you. And all the countries in that have just got a boost: France, Russia, USA and Portugal.
If they're all faster than 44.65 in the second semi-final, they all go through.
So let's see what Oriane Lopez of France can do here. And the stadium just absorbing the news that the favourites in the relay have been disqualified. If you're not familiar with the relay, there are these faint yellow lines marked on the track, and one is the start and one is the finish, and in that zone, that's where you have to pass the baton. And it went too late, but it is harsh because you've got the guide carrying it, passing it to someone who can't see, so it's all done on shouting, and you're not allowed out of your lane. It's tough, but then this is an elite sport, and you've got to abide by the rules. And Brazil messed it up, and they're out. And we're always seeing in IAAF events people messing up the relay as well. So the applause for Lopez of France as she goes. She's in bottom position at the moment. She's jumped 283, 264, 291, 281. She's had one no jump. And we'll wait and see how she gets on here. She's got a white flag. Currently in 6th place. 6 in this competition. It's being led by Caironi of Italy, Schmidt of Germany, and Löw of Germany. That will carry on while we go to the relay, second semi-final.
France, Russia, the USA and Portugal are the 4 in this second semi-final of the men's 4x100 meters relay, T11 to T13. Laplace, Perel, Gambakate and Nakunda, the 4 in this. And I'll remind you that it's the top 4 across both heats that now go through, and by pure mathematics, at least the top 2 in this will now go through. Russia, Loganov, Labzin, Trikulich and Koptev. USA, Price, Brown, Gillette and Josiah James. And for Portugal, Baptista, Alves, Cavaco, Gabriel Potra. This guide is João Pinto, the first guide is Ivo Vital. And they can put their T12, T13 runners wherever they want, and T11. So Spain 44.65, Thailand 45.14. The top 2 in this will now go through to the final. We know that. Maybe all 4 will. France, Russia, USA, and Portugal. And the Portuguese are the only ones with a guide in this first leg. Delaplace for France, Loganov Russia, Price USA, Baptista for Portugal, the first leg. And away the first time of asking. It's a really strong start by Markeith Price of the USA in the first leg. His changeover will be to David Brown. France not doing too badly either, but it's the USA who change over first. Portugal needed to get theirs right as well. And it's the guide for the USA here, David Brown alongside Roland Slade. But it's the USA who still lead. They'll be evening up after this. This is the third, the penultimate changeover. It's Alexis Gillette alongside Wesley Hosea-Williams. France have had two awful changes. Russia doing very well. Russia in the lead, ahead of the USA. It's Koptev with the guide. It's Jameson for the USA. Russia will win it. USA will be second. France will still be third. Portugal 4, all about the clock. 43.14, it's definitely the first two who go through. Russia and the USA, and the rest, well, we'll have to see. 44.65, 45.14, the other times in the first semi-final. France came through in third place, and well, they had a couple of appalling changeovers, but still might just have got through. All down to the clock now. Stewards' inquiry room is well open just in case.
Yeah, the judges will have a good old look at these replays.
But Russia, final changeover, very good between Trikulic and Koptev took it away. It's a good victory for Russia ahead of the United States. They both had guides at the end. In fact, they all did. Russia have had the result confirmed in first place. It's an area record for the USA. 44.56 for France. They are also through. Quicker time than Spain. All depends on the Portuguese time now. 45.21, they're out, and Spain also reached the final. Russia, USA, France, and Spain will be in this relay final. And the Russians did the job very nicely. And it should be a good final. Relays are confusing enough, but throw in a guide. And sometimes you're wondering just how to interpret what you're looking at. But Russia made it. USA with a national record and a continental record. France third, they also go through. Portugal eliminated along with Thailand.
That third leg for the Russians was absolutely phenomenal, is it?
Now there's a protest, I can tell you, in this. Not sure why, but we'll tell you.
It wouldn't be a relay without a protest. Countries, I think, are more likely to protest over relays than they are over individuals.
Vanessa Love, it's a last jump, and it's all down on this, because if she can't go past Coroni, it's Italian gold.
And I don't think she has. She doesn't look very happy with that one. Currently in the bronze medal position. She's jumped 385 so far today. It was actually her first jump. It was a season's best. But she's the last person to go before the person in gold medal, which is Martina Caironi. So she needs to beat 425. She doesn't, so that means she will stay in bronze, 365.
Yes, that's Jana Schmidt, 365. So she does not go into the gold medal position. Love, who we saw, 331. So Martina Caironi wins the gold for Italy with a championship record. The old mark of Kelly Cartwright has gone.
Got a medal ceremony coming up. We'll update you. The French have been disqualified. It's just come up on the board. French have been disqualified. Russia, 43.13. United States of America, 43.63. Portugal, 45.21. Does that mean the Portuguese will go through, or the Thai? Thailand will go through. And I don't think the stadium has absorbed this yet, but the French have been disqualified.
We will go through that ad nauseum for you after this men's 100 meters T51 medal ceremony.
So drama here in the last event on the track. The favourites Brazil disqualified and the French disqualified.
There's a chance of a counter appeal as well. Anyway, Italian bronze for Alvisa Davide, 23.78 seconds. It's been a decent day for Italian parasport. Edgar Navarro was 4th for Mexico, John McCarthy 5th for Ireland. Davide, good performance from him.
Silver medalist representing Algeria.
Médaille d'argent représentant l'Algérie, Mohamed Barahal.
Mohamed Barahal of Algeria picking up the silver medal.
We'll show you a replay of that relay, but it looks like it was the problem with the first changeover for the French. That was the problem. We'll show you a replay of it once we get it, but we'll stay with this medal ceremony.
Algerian silver after the Italian bronze.
Gold medalist and world champion representing Finland.
Médaille d'or, champion du monde représentant la Finlande, Tony.
But it is victory for Finland, for the world record holder, Tony Bispinen, 22.59. Another superb honour.
So confirmation the French have been disqualified in the relay, as were the Brazilians. We'll have a look at exactly why after we've heard the Finnish anthem.
Also doubles as the national anthem of Estonia, but they're not here. Finland are, and they've got the gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world champion medalists.
So a great victory for Finland at these IPC Athletics World Championships in Lyon, and that Finland's first gold of the week.
They didn't fade that anthem, they stayed right to the finish.
Finland, Algeria and Italy, the medals. Italy now with 2 golds and a bronze. So we've got quite a bit to review from the last couple of minutes while the medal ceremony was on. There's been a lot happening in the background, particularly in relation to those relays.
Näinen MM-mitali ratakelauksesta
But now
tuli
here's something for Finnish
200 metrillä, joka ei ollut ennakkoon sinun vahvin matkasi näissä MM-kisoissa. Mitä ajattelit tuossa maaliviivalla?
Oli se upea fiilis, että viime vuonna oltiin jo nuorten MM-messä kolmansia ja nyt sitten sama aikuisten puolelta upea fiilis, että jota ollaan tehty oikein tässä vuoden aikana.
No sinä alkuerässä tosiaan painelit jo Euroopan ennätysvauhtia. Tuliko siitä minkälaisia paineita tähän loppukilpailuun?
Sehän vaan rentoutti mieltä, että tiesi, että on hyvässä kunnossa pystyy siihen, että nyt oli tämmöinen kelaus ihan niin kuin erittäin tyytyväinen.
No, kertaa vähän tuota kelausta suorituksena lähdöstä maaliin, minkälainen se oli?
No, vettä siihen satoi koko ajan, että kitkan kanssa oli ongelmia ja en tiedä, semmoinen tasapaksu. Olisi ehkä voinut piikkensä vielä saanut puristettua irti, mutta kova se oli. Ei voi olla niin kuin pettynyt, että erittäin tyytyväinen.
No sinulla tosiaan ennakkoon parhaat matkat ovat vielä edessäpäin 400 ja 800 metriä. Mitä tämä sinulle itsellesi kertoo niitä ajatellen ja minkälaisia odotuksia nyt sieltä on?
Olisi se mitä kiva niitäkin saada, että sitä hakemaan, ei tässä muuta.
Minkälaisin tavoittein sinä näihin kisoihin ennakkoon lähdit?
No minimitavoite oli finaali ja tiedettiin, että ollaan siitä ehkä pystytään muutama sija napsiin, mutta tämä oli jo vähän yllätys, että näin korkealle.
Mitä ajattelet tuosta eilisestä Euroopan ennätysajastasi? Miltä tuntuu, kuinka paljon siitä on vielä otettavissa pois jopa tänä kesänä?
Oli jo se aika haamuaika, että en olisi uskonut ihan niin kovaa, että riippuu tietenkin kisoista, mutta tuskin nyt ihan hirveästi ainakaan, että saadaan parannettua sitä aikaa.
Hyvä, kiitos.
That was just...
So it's now ready. Toni Piispanen, uran ensimmäinen maailmanmestaruus 100 metrillä. Miltä tuo mestaruus maistuu näin tuoreeltaan?
No ihan loistava meininki. Tuossa on toi keli on tommonen, siitä ei oikein tiennyt yhtään mitään, että minkälainen se tulee olemaan. Ja nyt kävi niin, että yli puoli tuntia oltiin tuolla saunassa, eli tuolla cooling roomissa. Ja sen jälkeen kun oli niin kuuma, niin alkoi satamaan vettä. Ja sitten olikin kaikilla vähän vaikeuksia ton kitkan kanssa, niin sen takia ajat on vähän heikommat. Mutta siis vetohan oli ihan siihen pitää tyytyväinen, että voittaa.
Kertaa vähän tuota kelausta lähdöstä maaliin. Minkälaisella suorituksella mestaruus tuli?
No ensimmäiset 3, 4, 5 vetoa oli semmoista hakemista, että sai sen kunnon kitkan pitämään. Mutta sen jälkeen se lähti hyvin rullaamaan. Ja sitten kun huomasi, että se rullasi, niin sitten sattui olemaan, että toi vesi aiheutti jonkunlaista kitkaa toiseen hanskeen ja toinen taas vähän luisu, niin sitten saattoi joutua korjailemaan muutaman kerran. Mutta näytti olevan sama kaikille, että onneksi näitä on harjoiteltu jo paljon.
Sinä olet nyt saavuttanut sekä paralympiakultaa että maailmanmestaruuden. Voiko näitä millään tavalla verrata?
No ei tietenkään, että maailmanmestaruus on maailmanmestaruus ja paralympiakulta on paralympiakulta ja molemmat on huippujuttuja. Ja tänä vuonna ei kovempaa kisaa ollut, niin nyt saa olla tyytyväinen ja onnellinen tästä.
Sinulla on täällä edessä vielä toinen matka, 200 metriä. Mitä tämä antaa sitä kisaa ajatellen ja minkälaisiin odotuksiin siihen lähdet?
No kyllä totta kai luottoa antaa paljonkin ja kyllä me tänä vuonna ollaan keskitetty nimenomaan tuohon 100 ja 2 ja molemmat kulkee tällä hetkellä hyvin, mutta niin kuin äsken nähtiin, niin toi luonto voi olla ihmeellinen, että välillä tulee salamoita ja välillä paistaa kuin mikä tuolla taivaalla, että se on hyvin mielenkiintoista, mutta katsotaan.
Lopuksi vielä, täällä on tosiaan ollut aika helteistä yli 30 asteen lämpötiloa ja miten tuo kuumuus on sinun vaikuttanut?
No kyllä se tyyppi, joka ei hikoile ollenkaan, niin se lämpö kääntyy sisäänpäin, että mulla on sitten niin kuin triplasti kuuma, että tämä päivä vietettiin ilmastoidussa hotellihuoneessa ja sen jälkeen vesisuihkupulloja koko ajan mukana, että on siinä omat kikkansa.
Hyvä, kiitos.
Terveisiä kotiin.
Yes, that was a special for Finnish television there. But now let's go back to some of the drama we had a few minutes ago in relation to the men's 4x100 meters relay. The winners of the first semi-final, Brazil, were disqualified. And the key replay, we managed to get a view of that. So Spain and Thailand were the two who survived. We're going to show you the full race now of the second semi-final. Watch France here in lane 1 and the first changeover between Hyacinth Delaplace and Antoine Perel. And watch out for the yellow lines if you can. We'll slow it down here especially. It took a long time and they were outside of the zone by that stage. Everybody else had changed over. It was a real dog of a changeover and the second one wasn't that much better either, but by that stage they committed the act that would get them disqualified. It's the guide who changes over by this stage. And that was very long also. No, and that was it. It was double jeopardy and they were away. I think actually the third athlete, Dambakate, was away quite early too. France recovered very well and their athletes ran very fast. It's just the changeovers they all got completely wrong. And they finished third, but to no avail. 44.56, scrubbed in the books, disqualified instead. So into the final, Russia, USA, Spain and Thailand, the bottom two, get a major reprieve. Brazil and France disqualified.
And that's the talk of people as they leave this stadium, and it emptied very quickly once it came up on the scoreboards.
Now a special for France Télévisions. Well, we're going to show you the women's long jump very soon. in one of the few events of the day.
What an extraordinary day. We've had every sort of weather. We've had rain, we've had sun, we've had wind. Now it's quite a nice, pleasant evening.
Right, let's review the events of the day on day 3 here in the final of the women's 100 meters T34. First of all, Hannah Cockcroft, the defending champion, won this in London 2012. And when she got going, she got going. Still only 20, a real sweetheart of British sport. And she'll be on the front and the back pages again of some papers, there's no doubt about that. Particularly around the net of Yorkshire, new championship record. And she absolutely glided through. Great victory for Cockcroft, such a popular athlete. And winning it 17.88, a second gold medal of the week, having won the 200 earlier. So that was one great 100 metres triumph for her. Excellent double for British athletics, a new championship record. Amy Siemens again in second place, and then that was immediately followed by the T36 men's 100 metres final featuring the man who broke the world record yesterday, Evgeny Shvedkov of Russia. He's going in lane 5 in this. Roman Pavlik in 3 for Ukraine with a couple of re-racks here. But Shvedkov, once he got going, absolutely superb. Pavlik had the better start, but Shvedkov, new world record yesterday of 11.92, and he would do it again. 2 world records in 24 hours. Tremendous from the man who won gold, London 2012. Graham Ballard, consolation for losing the world record yesterday. He gets the bronze medal. So to another 100 metres final, T38. And if you missed this in Australia earlier, you can enjoy it now. It's Evan O'Hanlon in lane 4, 1 and 2. Gold in 2012 and 2011, and 2008, and probably here as well. She wins gold in the 100 metres, 10.93 ahead of Diane Boyce of South Africa. He was second, Ezra Pinheiro of Brazil third. New championship record as well, knocking his own mark from Christchurch. Well, this another superb 100 metres final. Just for the cerebral palsy athletes, it was a real surprise that Lu Ping here would be decimated by Oksana Corso of Italy, and in a world record time as well, by 100th of a second. It didn't show up as a world record at first, but it was rounded down by 200ths, 15.63, and Corso gets the gold for Italy, their first of the week. Russian-born, Italian-bred, Italian speed. Magnificent. Great athlete, and we can see why. McLaughlin, silver for Canada. Lu Ping, the outgoing champion from Christchurch 2011 and London 2012, the bronze here. Now the women's 200 metres T37. We'd earlier seen Ippolito of Brazil take the T38. This was the T37, and a great favourite of the home support in lane 4 here. That was Mandy Francoise Elie of France. Bethany Woodward in 3 for Britain, gunning for the gold, which she narrowly missed out on in London 2012. But Francoise Elie charging towards the front, set the world record yesterday. Could she do it again? Could she get a home win for France? Now first of the week, you bet she could. 28.48, the official time. And Mandy Francoise Elie. Oh, Mandy! Gold for France. A winning smile. Memorable triumph for the home fans who've been here today. great victory for Marie-Françoise Ali. Then it was the men's 200 meters T46. Lots of prime candidates in this. What would be done by this man? Johansen Nascimento, gold medalist in London, silver only in the last World Championships. Got off to a really great start he did here. Deris of Poland looked good also. Gonzalez Isidora of Cuba. And Nascimento in lane 7 as they straightened up. Still had a lot of work to do. He was down in about 4th, 5th place. But then he really started firing. Gonzalez Isidora was looking very good. And really it was only in the last 20 that Nascimento came good. He pipped Deris on the line. New world record, 21.91. Fantastic victory. Breaking his own mark in the T45 in some style. Heath Francis still holds the T46, T47 marks. Nascimento, it was a great triumph on another fabulous day of athletics here in Lyon. Couple of things we will still round off for you. Maybe you heard them in the background, but if not, here's a little special for France Televisions, and then we'll rejoin you in around 3 minutes' time for a look at the final field events of the day.
Ok, 5, 4, 3, 2. Bonjour à tous, bienvenue à Lyon pour la 4e journée des championnats du monde d'athlétisme en du sport avec une équipe de France revigorée. Pourquoi? Parce que Mandy François-Elie a débloqué le compteur en or, 1 médaille d'or, 2 médailles de bronze. Et on attend, Joël, la revanche de Julien Casoli sur 5000.
Tout à fait, Julien qui a à cœur de bien faire parce qu'il a eu une contre-performance sous le 800 hier. Et donc je pense qu'aujourd'hui, ceux qui sont dans sa demi vont comprendre qu'il n'est pas venu là pour faire le rigolo.
Et puis l'entrée en lice aujourd'hui de notre reine des Paralympiques, Marie-Amélie Le Fur.
Oui, Marie-Amélie Le Fur qui nous a fait vibrer aux Jeux Paralympiques de Londres en décrochant 3 médailles. Notre porte-drapeau aujourd'hui rentre en liste sur la longueur.
Sur le saut en longueur, et ça tombe bien, Julien Casoli et Denis Lemeunier sont en piste et c'est tout de suite.
So we're nearly done with our roundup of the day. Jeremy Nicholas and Will Downing with you. Let's just round up the long jump action. Vanessa Löw of Germany, her season's best, 385. She ended up with the bronze. This is Jana Schmidt of Germany, 387. Her season's best with this jump, which was actually her 5th. She went on to do 365, Jana Schmidt, but good enough for the silver. And the gold medal went to this lady, Martina Caironi of Italy, with a new championship record. And this jump measured at 4 meters 25. So gold for Italy, silver and bronze for Germany in the women's T42 final.
Well, it means 2 golds today for Italy as well, which is certainly a great boost to that country's parasport movement.
Just confirmation of the results then. Gold for Italy, silver and bronze for Germany, ahead of the USA, Japan and France. I'll just round up the discus action for you as well. Stadium emptied very quickly here once the French were disqualified in that relay final, but it was the last event of the night.
Yes, it's the men's discus throw, F44. Now, we haven't seen an awful lot of this today. This was the bronze medal throw, and what's been an absolutely fabulous competition from a Brazilian point of view. Claudine Santos finishing in 3rd place. Competition which got underway about 2 hours ago. For Azerbaijan, Samir Nabiev claiming the silver medal. They'll have a gala from there. But it was an absolutely monstrous throw to win in around 50 meters. Light and shade today. We had quite a bit of sunshine also here. And it was while the sun was out that the winning throw would be performed by Alexei Ashpatov. And it didn't really matter that the rest of the throws didn't go well. So Ashpatov wins, championship record 58.39. 13 meters clear of Samir Nabiev. Brazil 3rd and 4th, Claudine Santos and Leonardo Amancio. Well, I'm delighted to say we still have live action here in the women's shot put F54 final. Only 3 throws left, and we have a winner. Maria Bogacheva's taken it with a world record throws earlier, 7.56, and nobody can beat her now. She's the last to throw, and this will be a lap of honor for her. Hania Aidi of Tunisia has taken the bronze. Yang Li Wan, the world record holder and the London 2012 winner. Silver today. Bogacheva, that her 3rd last throw.
And it's a little bit sad, really, because the stadium is empty. There's just people de-rigging all the electrical equipment, stewards packing up. Most people waiting for the bus on the way home, and she's still got 2 throws to go.
7 meters dead this was. But her medal ceremony will be tomorrow when there'll be a much bigger crowd in the stadium. They've experimented at some events, European Athletics Championships last year in Helsinki, with having the medal ceremonies all outside the stadium just before the day's action, and they corral everybody inside to the championship village, and everybody gets presented with their medals then. And they did it in Gothenburg as well. Our old friend Catherine Merry, who's down the road from us here for Channel 4, was doing the stadium announcing for that. And they did the same thing there earlier this year for the European Indoors. So this is the penultimate throw. Now that's a good one. I think that's a foul, never mind. So she's got 1 throw left, and Bogacheva can go home as a world champion. Well, 2 throws of 7.56. And that's it. She's wrapped up for the night, and she leaves as a world champion. So Russia have done it again, and that is their 6th gold medal of the Games.
And as there's hardly anyone in the stadium, I'm going to give her a round of applause for deciding not to do that last throw. Well done, Maria Bogacheva, winning gold for the Russians. I think she deserved a clap. She got at least 2 people, me and Will. There's hardly anyone left. Everyone's packing up and going. Well done. And as you say, she will get a medal tomorrow when there'll be a lot more people here to appreciate what she's done.
Now let's briefly show you how the other 2 medals were won, because we were with you live for the world record throws earlier. Tunisia did quite well in this and potentially could have won 2 of the 3 medals. In the end, it was 3rd and 4th for them. Through Fadhila Nafati, who finished in 4th place. But we are going to see the bronze medalist throw. It's a very good season's best for Hania Aidi, who finished in 3rd place. This was it. This was hours ago. This competition started about 4.5 hours back. It takes a lot longer than the regular shot puts in the IAAF Tour. 6.67 was the 3rd round throw. And that had her in front for a little while. This is Yang Li Wan, the winner in London 2012. Very distinctive athlete. And 2nd here. And this is how it ended. So Maria Bogacheva basically won it with her first throw. New world record, 7.56. She matched it 2 throws later. Yang, the silver. Aidi, the bronze. So we'll wrap up the day's action by looking at the medal tally. And it's been an absolutely terrific day for Brazil, Great Britain and the Ukraine. The United States won a couple of golds with world records today. 17 medals, 7 of them gold. 6 goals for Great Britain, Brazil and the Ukraine. And Russia, by the way, have just won a 6th, but it hasn't been officially ratified yet due to that tremendous shot put victory. Germany, all the 3s. Ireland with 2 gold medals, and Smith and McKillop aiming for that again later in the week. The throws have done well for the Islamic Republic of Iran. Australia, through Evan O'Hanlon, have won their first gold of the Games, and 11 medals overall. France have got their first gold, spectacularly, through Mandy. Finland got their first gold as well today, as we saw through Pisato. And we have around 50 countries who've got medals now, and there will be more. Look quickly. Venezuela, Thailand, Portugal and Latvia won each. 49 nations have won medals so far. That's it for the day then. It's been good fun.
We've had great fun. Thanks for joining us. See you tomorrow morning, 9:45. Bye-bye.
Au revoir.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national de Cuba.
The world champion medalists.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
Mesdames et messieurs, nouveau record du championnat au lancer du poids féminin F34, République populaire de Chine, 7,07 m pour Lyon. Sur longueur féminin, finale, catégorie T20, la polonaise Karolina Kucharczyk en bout de viseur. féminin T38. Au couloir 1, représentant l'Australie, Discus. Couloir 2 représentant la République tchèque, Aneska Vejrasovska.